get-ups, gimmicks, one-hit wonders that don't stick. Pretty boys, acting tough, boy bands, give it up. And if it looks good on TV, it'll look good on a CD. Shape it up, trim it down, who gives a damn about how it sounds? I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. He's still got a lot of food left to fill. You say you're the real deal, but you play what nobody feels. You sing about Johnny Cash, the man in black would've whipped your ass, and I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but boys, come on, let's get real. You still got a lot of food left to fill. Here we go. So long till I see you again. When you're laying in the bargain bin. Well, I don't think Waylon done it that way. And if he was here, he'd say, Hoss, neither did Hank. I ain't dogging what you're doing, but then again, hell yes I am. I just don't give a damn. Cause you still got a lot of food left to fill. I guess we all got a lot of food left to fill. That's right.
Network. Go Gamecocks!
He'll be fine on the mountain. Consecutive home runs for Carolina.
It is good. It's gone.
He's in. Touchdown. Williams with a throw to the plate.
He's going to score. It's a walk-off.
Touchdown, South Carolina.
All right, greetings and good morning. Welcome aboard and welcome home inside the Gamecocks, the morning show built by the Barn Co. and presented by our friends at Resto Pros, who are there when you need them. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros, MidlandsSC.com. Hold on, Phil. Hold on. I don't know why it keeps doing this, but it's fixed. Everything's good. Everybody calm down. Resto Pros of the Midlands, Resto Pros, MidlandsSC.com. Thank you, sir. The Barn Dominium Company can build your dream home in the Carolinas. Head to thebarndoco.com and you can do that today. Design it, pick out one of their great models, whatever it may be. Head to thebarndoco.com. Mike Morgan, fresh off of an episode of JC and Morgan this morning. I'm JB. We're here until noon, and then that's when Phil and Mad Dog will take over. Preston Thorne will be here in just a little bit at 10:30. We've got a drive around the SEC presented by JT's Kia. And we also have a few phone calls to get in today in Gamecock Graffiti. So that'll be coming up here in just a little while. We'll obviously talk about South Carolina and where they are and the rest of what's going on in the wide world of college football and beyond. I don't know if any of you were watching it last night, Mike. I'm sure you probably were. There is just nothing like Game 7 in the sport of baseball, man. That home run in Toronto in the seventh inning that George Springer hit, which I still remember him playing at Founders Park, or it was Carolina Stadium then in 2011 with UConn. That place, I thought the Rogers Center was going to fall apart. And I texted Smoke. I was like, dude, this is wild. So the World Series is set. We don't have an all left coast World Series. Game 7 last night lived up to the billing. I love October. Good morning, Mike. I don't know if you can hear us. Can you not hear me? Nope. Can't hear us. Well, anyways, for those of you that saw Game 7, it was quite electric. I do also want to get this out today, or get this off at the top of our program here. I did get the news this morning. He has released it publicly that Jay Phillips over on 107.5 The Game is dealing with bladder cancer. Now, this is the second host on 107.5 The Game to be dealing with something. Bill Gunner hasn't been as public about some of the things that he has been going through for the last few months from a health standpoint, although he is back in the saddle and hosting the afternoon show from 12 to 3. But want to keep Jay Phillips and his family in our prayers as he battles this moving forward. Obviously, we're kind of all in the same arena and things like that. But none of that matters to me. Jay's a good man, and he's done a lot for a long time for the University of South Carolina and over there on 107.5 The Game. Obviously, Mike used to work with Jay. We all know him, and so we'll put him on our prayer list, and we kindly ask all of you to do the same thing as well. Jay Phillips battling bladder cancer. I think he maybe posted that last night or something, and I had somebody send it to me. So please keep him in your thoughts and in your prayers. It is Tuesday, and it is absolutely gorgeous outside. We are part of this like almost 50-day stretch of football. So there will be more of it tonight if you're going to be watching it on TV. Kennesaw State and Florida International and Western Kentucky and Louisiana Tech, a couple of Conference USA matchups. All right, as it pertains to the Gamecocks, and we'll get Mike back here in just a second, but as it pertains to
Gamecocks, obviously, Carolina. Shane Beamer will meet with the media today at 1:00, and I'll be curious to see what his tone is coming off of what it was this weekend. Very frustrated, very chippy, obviously, as we saw, and he's had a little bit of time to decompress and try to get things back on track and headed in the right direction with Alabama coming to town this weekend. For what it's worth, I know Alabama is currently ranked 4th. Nobody in college football has a better resume than Alabama. I mean, they've got the best wins, cumulative number of wins out there in the country. And Carolina is going to try to give them their second bad loss of the year because they did lose to Florida State, in case anybody forgot what happened in that first ball game down in Tallahassee. So there's a lot to discuss there. For what it's worth, too, the line has moved in the favor of the Gamecocks, down 2 points in 24 hours. The Tide now 11.5-point favorites at Williams-Brice Stadium on Saturday afternoon. I don't know what's going on there, but obviously somebody felt 13.5 was a little too high, Mike Morgan.
Yeah. It seems like every Gamecock game, weird stuff has been happening on the line, on the Vegas line, starting with the Vanderbilt game, where clearly a ton of money came in on Vanderbilt. The Oklahoma game, that line moved. Like there's been some weird movements in some of those lines for sure.
Yeah, there has.
Your point on Alabama is spot on. I don't know if anybody does have a better resume, and I don't know if anybody's playing better football. They have defeated now 4 consecutive ranked opponents.
Yeah.
4 consecutive ranked opponents. Did you take a look at the numbers on Ty Simpson?
Mm-hmm. Pretty remarkable.
It's insane. He's second in the SEC with 1,931 yards, 18 touchdowns, and 1 pick. 18 touchdowns and 1 pick. Can you remember? What's
kind of where we thought Lenore Sellers would be after 7 games, for what it's worth.
Well, I thought Lenoris would have a lot more rushing yards, to be honest with you. I don't know if I thought 18 and 1 would be Lenoris's bag, but we'll get into the whole offense again ad nauseum, but yeah, I mean, Simpson's obviously a different player, and they're running, they're like a machine right now. I'm fascinated by how Carolina's defense matches up with Alabama's offense. I'm going to be very interested to see what that looks like.
Well, what it looks like is going to be determined by the health of Dylan Stewart. I don't know that Shane's going to have anything to say about him today. He'll probably say it'll be out on the report tomorrow night, but it looked like a hip, so I don't know. I don't know what that means.
I don't know either, but I know this defense is not nearly the same without him. It's just not. He's one of the best talents at his position in all of college football. If he was draft eligible, he'd be a surefire first-round pick, maybe even a top 10 pick. Mm-hmm. He's got a really bright future ahead of him, but the defense will be tested. This will be a great look. I like Jalen Kilgore having a great year. I like Carolina's secondary overall, but it's going to be a tough matchup. This is the kind of game that going into the year we thought, hey, look, it's at home. Carolina has won these types of games before. You don't have to go back 20 years. I mean, they've won them with Shane. Heavy underdog, at home, SEC opponent that's got a real low number next to their name. And then Carolina, quote unquote, shocks the world and wins it. And I think obviously because just the negativity in the air about this offense is so heavy that you don't have that same feeling necessarily. It's not being discussed in the same ways necessarily. I still want to believe that this Carolina team bites somebody in the ass when nobody is expecting it, that there's enough talent there to do it, that there's going to be a game where everything clicks. But until it's done, it's all just hot air.
Well, that's exactly right. And generally they do. I mean, they have under Shane Beamer, even in, the 2023 season. I mean, it wasn't a top 5 Alabama team or anything like that, but I mean, they were able to get some wins down the stretch, as we know. And, they even, under every coach that they've had. I mean, they generally find a way to topple somebody. And when you have this many opportunities to do it, chances are you'll get one if you can be a competitive SEC team and one of those guys has a bad day. I mean, the one you're referencing, or what you're referencing, the one that stands out the most is what's going to be celebrated this weekend. You know, it's a reunion for that 2010 team that beat number 1 Alabama and Greg McElroy and Nick Saban and Julio Jones and so on and so forth. We were all there on that sunny, warm October afternoon 15 years ago in 2010. I mean, you know, but that team was much different, Mike. I mean, that team went on to win the East, and they had a guy named Alshon and a guy named Marcus. And I don't want to forget about my friend Pat DeMarco. That team doesn't click without 42 out there, you know. So, you know, and Steven played his best game ever. And that's what you need in a game like this. I mean, you have to have your stars play their best game to beat a team like Alabama. And so I think it goes back to the point that we kind of made a little bit yesterday, and we've made throughout the season. A lot of people have. Who are South Carolina's best players? You know, I mean, we thought coming into the year that they overall had more talent. They had more players than they did even just a year ago when Rocket was there and Josh Simon and things like that. They knew about Rocket. Everybody knew Rocket. That's why you signed him. But everything else was like, well, you're going to have to kind of get it to come along. I mean, hell, I remember going into the season in 2024, there was one person. Well, there was two. Let me give my friend John Strickland a bunch of credit. But outside of that, you know how many people were standing up on a rock waving a flag for Josh Simon? Nobody. We were the only two that were doing it publicly, saying, you better keep an eye on this kid. He can really play. You know, so they kind of had to go out and find some guys and find some answers, and they were able to do that. And Lenore Sellers came along and so on and so forth. But coming into this year, you know, you signed Rasul. Was it the same signing as Rocket? Well, no, it wasn't. But he's a very good running back. When he gets going, man, he's fun to watch.
I like him. And
he's going to the NFL. You know, he's going to play in the league. He can play.
I agree. And I think him and Fuller are they're two different kinds of backs. So I like the 1-2 punch that they possess. And as we talked about yesterday with Pat, I mean, Attaway is probably your best pass protector, which is why he's in on a lot of those situations. Oh, I have no problem with the stable of running backs. I have no problem with the stable of tight ends.
Oh, well, I don't either.
I'm good with the wide receivers. The offensive line's been a train wreck.
Yep.
And Lenoris is Lenoris. So take that, yeah.
And that's it comes right back to what we just said. I mean, if I asked you the question about the 2010 team, who's the best wide receiver? We know the answer. Mm-hmm. Who's the best running back? We know the answer. Okay, we can name all the best players. Correct. I could fast forward and go to the 2015 team that won 3 games that year and say, well, who's the best running back? Brandon Wilds. Okay. Well, who's the best wide receiver? Pharaoh Cooper. I mean, like, you knew who the best players were. You know, we can keep going. I don't know who the best players are on this team. I mean, I think that I know based on athletic ability, but I ask that question and then say, okay, well, why aren't they getting the ball? So if you want to beat a team like this, right, Mike? I mean, you call these games every single week. You know what it takes to beat a top 5, top 10 team. You know what it looks. We all know what it looks like. Your best players have to have their best games. Like, you're not going to sneak up on them and find lightning at a bottle out of some kid that just came off the bench. Like, that's not going to happen. Right. You have to have your best players play their best games. So how do you get them the ball?
That's what they're trying to figure out. That's I can identify some problems. Doesn't mean I have the solutions, right? Like, you and I can sit here and dissect the problems of the Carolina offense for a couple hours every day. That's the easy part. Mm-hmm. Finding the answers, that's the harder part.
How do you get them the ball? I mean, it's so, you know, we'll obviously, I mean, I'm anxious to see what Preston has to say here in just a little bit as well, too. And we mentioned the defense. So I want to make sure that we, you know, you asked the question, you know, what is the game plan going to be? Obviously, none of us will really know. I mean, it's probably going to be a lot of the same. And this defense does have an identity, whether they win or lose. You kind of know who they are. I mean, Clayton White is going to put his corners out there and let them do their thing, and they're gonna get as much pressure as they can. They're gonna try to force turnovers, and we kind of know the shtick with Gamecock football. They haven't, the thing that sucks for this defense is that they're compared to last year's defense. Like last year's defense played last year, not 2 or 3 years ago. Like we haven't had any buffer between one of the best defenses in program history, in my opinion. Definitely since.
No, I think that's unanimous.
And this one. But the thing, like we were in a little text yesterday, and Strickland hit the nail on the head. These guys have given them a chance to win every time they've gone out there. Sure, they've had some bad drives and some bad plays, but I mean, what else are we going to ask from them? You can't just continue to ask them to do what they did at LSU, force turnovers on the goal line, and say, hey, look, man, we bailed you out from getting beat by 4 touchdowns. Y'all mind putting a point on the board or two? Like, it can't happen every game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I would agree with that. I mean, I think they've been a little spotty. I mean, that same Oklahoma offense against Texas couldn't run the football. Batir threw 3 picks. They looked awful. That same Oklahoma offense against Carolina's defense, you had a running back that never ran for 100 yards in college and gashed them. You had Batir make with a brace on his hand. He clearly can't grip it right. He's unable to throw a good deep ball. So I didn't think it was a great game for the Gamecock defense, to be honest with you. But the point is still valid that they're playing a lot of short fields. They're going out there and they know the offense more times than not is not going to perform. And what does that do? It puts more pressure on your defense. So, like you said, last year's defense was generationally good. I expected a drop-off, and that's exactly what we've seen. There's a drop-off. Are they good? Yeah. Are they great? No. I mean, statistically, I think they're 10th in the league. They're solid. They're solid. Everybody knows what the biggest problem of this team is. It's the offense, and the question will become, what adjustments are made? What adjustments are made to try and make this thing go, and will they get better performances on the field? I just don't know. Alabama's not a get-right game. This is not a get-right game. It's imperative that you don't fall behind. This is not an offense that they're not equipped to just throw a bunch of passes and come from behind against a team like Alabama. You need to jump on them early, and put some heat on Bama. If this thing's like 10-0 in the first quarter, Bama, it could be a long day.
Well, yeah, it could be a short day for the fans. You walk in, you get yourself popcorn, a couple of drinks, and get out of there, get back on the road. When it comes to the game plan and things like that, I'm not going to get too far into it and spin my wheels with this stuff for the next 4 days, because we don't know. Every time we think we might know something, we really don't. But we do know the things that have worked this year for South Carolina, and they generally work in college football, and that's snap it and get it out of there. Carolina can't protect Lenore Sellers, and against really good defenses, minus LSU, of course. Vanderbilt took Carolina's game plan, by the way, on the ground, and they executed it this past weekend. LSU's run defense has been throttled in their last 2 ball games between South Carolina and Vanderbilt. Carolina doesn't throw the deep ball very well. They're all kind of hope and prayer type deals. And obviously they don't, on the ground, they just haven't been very good. So to take the words from Michael Flint, find that extension of the run game, get him out of there, roll him out, and just continue to chip. That's what John Mateer did the other day. Touchdown.
Yeah.
It's there. I mean, you can beat really good teams with things like that. So all these things that aren't working for Carolina, I don't know. I'll just flip a coin here. Maybe try something a little bit different this go around. Give yourselves a chance. Well,
and then when you have your shots, you have to connect. And Carolina hasn't done a good job of that either. There have been plays where the play was there and it wasn't executed.
Yeah.
And that's you're only going to have so many opportunities against Alabama. If you don't take advantage of them, they might not come back.
Yeah, yeah. And hey, man, look, Bama on the road this year has been pretty good. I mean, obviously, or not pretty good. They've been really good. I mean, they went to Vanderbilt and won that game. They went to Athens and beat the Georgia Bulldogs. Last year, they had a little bit of trouble on the road with Coach DeBoer in his first year. They did go to Florida State early in the season and lose the game, but it is hard to win on the road, especially with style points in the SEC. So a win on the road is a win on the road, as we often hear around here. I bet the difference too, you mentioned jump out in front of these guys. And I know we got to get a timeout in here, but Bama is equipped to be able to come back from two scores down or something like that. They can do it. Teams like South Carolina aren't built that way. Like, they got to play from ahead. And so, we'll see what it looks like.
I mean, really, I'm trying to think, what was the big comeback last year? What was Carolina's biggest deficit overcome? Because most of the wins, they jumped early. They jumped on the opponent early and then, put the knee on the neck and just finished it out.
Yeah, let's see. They were down a touchdown going into the fourth against Clemson.
I remember that. But that's a one-score situation, but yeah.
Yeah. I don't – well, how much were they down to Missouri?
I don't think that was ever more than one score. Do you?
I don't think so. I think Missouri came back and took the lead, then Carolina took it back.
Right. That was kind of a back and forth.
Yeah, it's probably, I guess, a touchdown, right?
Yeah. I can't remember, like, the two-possession comeback from last year, right? The defense set the tone, and then you play. It's a lot easier to play with a lead than it is to have to come from behind, and that's what I'm saying. Like, don't fall down 10-0.
Yeah, it had to be.
Not a good formula.
It had to be Clemson. I'm actually looking at the scoreboard, and obviously they were Old Dominion, no. Kentucky, no. Akron, no. Oklahoma, certainly not. A&M, they never lost the lead in that game. A&M came back to tie it, but Gamecocks went ahead. Vanderbilt, Missouri, yeah, that's Clemson. Touchdown.
So see if they can avoid that. I know we have some calls banked for Gamecock Graffiti. Are you down with that for the second hour, maybe?
We've got it. We've got 4, I believe.
All right. No reason we can't get 5. 803-250-1297. 803-250-1297. What do they call, or they go right on the app and do it? And they hear like a tone? Is that the way it works?
This is just pull it up and go straight to voicemail. That's right.
Go straight to voicemail. Your comments, your questions. We'll get to some of you today.
Mm-hmm. That'll be coming up in hour number 2. We've got to drive around the SEC, and we've got a Preston Thorne sighting.
Did you guys talk about Vitello at all? I know it's football season, but that is a pretty fascinating story.
Yeah, it is. Well, I got a little intel on that this weekend I'll admit the name, but I got a little intel on that this weekend. Of course, it's kind of flatlined since Saturday.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
Okay.
That would be something.
Well, he's clearly, his agent, his representation is clearly making it known that he's interested in a major league job, because somehow I started seeing him on Braves list too, which I don't see that happening at all. That I don't see that. That doesn't fit within the way the Braves do things.
It's not their structure.
It's not their structure, correct. So, but he's clearly out there throwing his name out. Hey, I've dominated college baseball. I did what people thought could never be done at Tennessee. I wouldn't mind coaching in the pros. And when you think about it, college guys get that opportunity. College football guys get that opportunity. College basketball guys get that opportunity. College baseball guys, other than pitching coaches, don't get that opportunity.
No.
The most successful don't get that opportunity.
Well, if he goes to San Fran, I hope he's good at dodging Molotov cocktails. I like to toss those on the left coast.
Hey, they've got a mayor that's actually trying to enforce crime.
Oh, well, that would be nice.
It's kind of a refreshing change.
All right, we will hit a refreshing change as well. We're going to step aside the wonderful, great Preston Thorne, the pride of Summerville, South Carolina. He'll be in next when we return.
Mike here for my good friend Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. Let's face it, it's been a rough go for mortgage rates the last couple of years. And now more than ever, you need someone on your side to get you the very best possible rate on a new mortgage or a refi. That's where Troy comes in. 27 years of experience working for you. Conventional, FHA, VA, USDA, renovation, rehabilitation loans, all doable with my man Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage. And when I say doable, I mean the best possible rate that's out there. It's a phone call that can literally save you thousands of dollars. 803-238-0111. 803-238-0111. You can also check out the website ggmortgage.com.
Welcome to Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions. Basement crawl space encapsulation designed for your specific needs. Your crawl space can be susceptible to all sorts of issues, including moisture buildup, mold growth, and structural damage if not cared for properly. Let our trained experts provide basement crawl space encapsulation solutions to protect your home, improve air quality, and enhance energy efficiency. Schedule your consultation today for a safer, healthier space at dryspacecs.com. Dry Space Crawl Space Solutions, proud supporters of your South Carolina Gamecocks.
Oh, man. The building is on fire.
Emergencies and accidents happen. When you're in the middle of a fire or water event, all you want is for things to return to normal as soon as possible. Resto Pros of the Midlands is with you, guiding you through the process and working with you to get your home or office back in working order. They'll answer your questions, discuss procedures, and can act as your advocate when it comes to processing your insurance claim. Resto Pros Midlands SC.com. Open 24/7 when you need them. Quality that is guaranteed.
Welcome to SEC Sunday Night, part of the Chief Sports Network. Every Sunday night at 8 p.m. on the Chief Sports app, the Chief Sports YouTube channel, and on our X accounts. Hosted by Rob Williams and Craig McMichael, talking the week that was and what's to come in the SEC. Join us every week for SEC Sunday Night on the Chief Sports Network.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cards while you're at it.
I knew I liked that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
Tune in every Friday at 9 a.m. to the Four Quarter Friday High School Show on the Chief Sports Network.
This is the Chief Sports Network. Happy Halloween.
All right, it's 10:35. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show, hour one, brought to you by our official tailgate snack, which is Game Day Nuts. Preston's, we're all Southerners around here. We love boiled peanuts.
Uh-oh.
Is there a dog growling somewhere?
I guess she's finally going to make her first appearance.
There's
Is that a Rottweiler?
That is Riley. That is Riley the Roddies.
Oh man,
She may be having to exit stage left, but it's been good. We'll just see if anybody walks by the door.
hey, if it's bring your dog to work day, I can bring Cooper on screen. Now, he's a little Boston Terrier puppy. He doesn't have a growl like that. He doesn't have it in him.
I got Deweese sitting right here. She's asleep, though. She sits next to me every morning and doesn't say a word. I said boiled peanuts, and I was unsure if that was someone's stomach or that was a dog growling. Either way, GameDayNuts.net. You can order them, have them sent to your home. And there are no shells. Great for pets, by the way. GameDayNuts.net. Order them on the Chiefs Sports app. Man, that was awesome. that was fun.
There you go, Preston.
Oh.
It's great. We all probably need a little bit of cheering up. So Cooper, Riley, all the dogs in the family, cheer us up.
That's funny. That is funny. All right, man. Coach Beamer's going to meet with the media today at 1:00. Preston, let's start with that. We'll get into all the football stuff has just been talked to death. We have all seen it for 7 games. We know what it looks like. I mean, we really want to sit there and put this thing in neutral and just keep grinding our gears. We really want to do that. But, it did look like Shane this weekend. I thought he had a couple of rough moments. I thought he probably could have handled a couple of things a little bit better. I know that he has since, kind of had, hey, man, I don't mean anything personal. I'm just pretty pissed off. But what do you think about him, where he is right now with his 3-4 football team?
Okay, so I think there's a small picture and a larger picture. One, I hate that I even have to say this, but I do think Shane is the person for this program.
Sure.
And it's kind of silly that we even have to reiterate that, but I want to state that up top by saying I do think, as you stated, Shane regressed a little bit this weekend on the off the field things that I thought he was growing out of. Some of those things early in his coaching career, Shane is a highly led by his emotions. He wears his heart on his sleeve, and that's the thing that we love about him. But I think this weekend he sort of regressed. It reminded me of that that Georgia press conference when he was talking about having the 5-star guys and the kind of like that stuff. I thought he had sort of grown out of that a little bit, and he's obviously human, and much like most of us, sometimes when we get in stressful situations, we resort back to our bad habits. And I think that's what he did a little bit this past weekend.
Yeah, it looked to me like I was listening to Jack yesterday. He was asked about it, and Jack had a great response, and said, "Hey, look, I felt like I was doing my job. These people subscribed to my website, and I felt like the question needed to be asked. So first and foremost, hat tip to Jack. I know that he's a competitor of ours, but that doesn't matter to me. It's a guy doing his job." And then he also said, "Hey, look, Shane and I we're fine. He's always been great to me." I looked at the way that he kind of reacted, and I thought to myself, this is a guy who, and we all know Shane, and we all like him. This is nothing personal. If I was in his shoes, would I have acted any differently? This is my first head coaching job, and quite frankly, this is the first time in his career where he has had this type of adversity. For the first time at the University of South Carolina as the head football coach, his team was expected to be maybe one of the best teams in college football, maybe in the college football playoffs this year. And they have greatly underperformed. And so this is the biggest chunk of adversity that he's had to deal with from the high to the low, not from the low getting to the high, from the high to the low. And it's probably another moment, at least in my opinion, that he'll learn from. And if this happens again, hopefully it doesn't, but if it happens again, he'll handle it in a much different manner.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I just think he's in a very stressful situation, and like most of us, when we probably get in our stressful situations, you might just revert to old habits. And also, as Jack stated, I mean, it would have been just a pointed conversation between two dudes if it wasn't everybody else watching.
Yeah.
And I think Shane obviously has to be aware of that, and that's something he knows. And it's not the best situation, but it's by far not the worst situation. He was short with a reporter. I think Jack handled it well, and you just kind of move on.
if you're a reporter, it's going to happen at some point in time.
It should happen if you're doing your job. It probably you should bump up against
exactly.
It was like I said, it was a fair question. It was a tough question, yes, but I think it was fair. And I kind of feel like it's the same way I sort of feel like a dust up on the field. It's kind of like all right, separate, move on, we'll be all right.
100%. And it's over. You know what? And I would venture a guess, just knowing Shane, he will probably say something about it today at some point in time. Because I know one thing, Miss Emily won't put up with it. He probably got a lashing when he got home on Saturday night if she happened to catch that. All right, so let's talk about the position that he's in here for a second, Mr. Thorne. Look, his eyeballs work as well as anybody's, and his brain and the whole 9 yards. I mean, he's got all that stuff going for him, right? He knows what he's seeing out there. I tell you what, let me pivot and ask this question a little bit differently. Do you think if he had a surefire answer to replace Mike Shula with, that he would have already done it, or would have the wheels in motion to be doing that right now?
Yeah, I think every coach, if they had the solution, they would try and implement it. I do think if he felt there was a better way to go about it, he would. Now, that could lead to a bigger question of maybe why isn't there another solution, or why aren't there other solutions? That can be asked, but I don't think any coach ever goes into a season or a game not thinking that they aren't doing the best that they possibly can at that moment.
I mean, do you think moving forward, I'm asking you a personal question here.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think moving forward that he, during the season, will make a change at OC? Like, if I said predict this today in the middle of the season, do you think Mike Shula finishes the 2025 season as the offensive coordinator?
I don't. Based on the numbers, I mean, it's not subjective. When you look at every number that's worth anything, and you're last 13th, 15th in the SEC, that's obviously unacceptable. And also, just for the morale of everybody in the program, you can't continue to do the same thing. So I don't know whether that would be in a public way, whether that would happen, or whether that would be maybe more behind the scenes, or maybe we're just going to make this more collaborative. But I don't think I really don't. Honestly, after last week's performance, I think there probably needs to be some significant changes in how the game plan is being designed.
Mm-hmm. Do you think that there is a better time? For instance, they play Alabama, and then they go to Ole Miss, and then they have an off week. Do you think that there is a time that would be better, or is, hey, if you're going to do it, why not just do it?
Yeah, I think you just rip the Band-Aid off and go ahead and get it done. I mean, and to the point, I've seen a lot of people bring up, there's not a other play callers on the staff, but come on, man, everybody's been around football. They can put their heads together enough to get a game plan together. So I don't think that's a reason / excuse for it not to be done. They're all in the same means. And I'm not saying, you're going to overhaul the offense and all of a sudden you're going to start running a totally different offense. But there's capable people enough that can get a game plan together.
Yeah, I mean, Mike and I were talking about this yesterday, because I don't look. I think I've never met Mike Shula before, Preston, but I would like to. I would love to sit there and talk football with this guy. I really like him as a human being. I mean, obviously what we've seen this year hasn't worked as an OC, but on a personal level, like I would like to chat with this dude and learn as much as I can about this sport. I mean, he's got a ton upstairs, right? But obviously it hasn't worked. But Mike and I mentioned yesterday, I mean, can it get any worse? Like, I don't know that it can. So why not?
It can't get worse. And again, but just looking by the numbers of a lot of times, I think as fans or media, you kind of maybe second guess what you're seeing, or you don't want to get into hyperbole and saying, "Oh, it's the worst ever," but we are on track for some of the worst ever. And the numbers right now, you can't get further below than the bottom. And so, to your point, yeah, there can be a change being made, whether that's additional collaboration or change in who's making the calls or whatever the case is. Something, and I'll say this, as a staff, it's not working because everybody's involved in it. He's obviously the leader, but everybody involved is part of being part of this offense, which is at the bottom of the SEC.
Well, because you can't pinpoint it to one problem or two problems. It's a never-ending conversation. Well, I mean, every game there's multiple things that just aren't good. Some of them overlap and some of them don't, but every single game, it's a major issue. All right, so back in 99, we know the issues that plagued that offense. 6 quarterbacks, defensive linemen playing offensive line. I mean, it was a debacle, right, Preston? You know, and it's anybody that was around back then can unfortunately freshen it in your mind, and you go, wow, I don't even know how they finished the season with enough players to play offense. I think that makes this fall offensively from where they were last year, over 110 yards per game less, over 10 points per game less. I think like 13 points per game in the SEC right now. Lenoris Sellers was a Heisman candidate coming into the year. He's been credited with 6 total touchdowns. I think this makes this one of the most stunning falls from expectations I've ever seen in Gamecock football history. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like the main culprit here because I've been trying to tell all offseason, I was saying, shake it off. It's not the Gamecock curse. We got a chance. We got a Heisman winner. This is going to be our shot. Don't go into this season the way we always do. So I feel like I have to put my foot in my mouth, but all evidence pointed to that this was possibly going to be a breakout season, and it's been anything but.
Yeah, I have a lot to say there, but I'm not gonna go any further than that. If one more question about a possible change here, just out of curiosity, but from the locker room standpoint, again, this is we don't know the answers questions. I think Preston, so I think that we're really kind of having a conversation on general feel, especially leaning on guys like you who put the jersey on, walked in and out of there, and understand these things a little bit better than the rest of us. You know, if there is something like that happens, don't you have to wonder, is it a sigh of relief from the players? Like, okay, maybe we can break out of these chains, or do you lose some of the locker room? You know, are there guys who are bought in and they love Mike Shula? I mean, I don't think any of us really know the answers, but I'm just asking you what your general feel would be on if something like this dramatically happened.
Yeah, I think this has to deal with the person's disposition as far as how they work with and or treat the players. You could for instance, I picked UAB to beat Memphis this weekend.
Wow.
I picked it only because of what I know of Trent Dilfer, and I just felt like him leaving the room might provide a little bit more air in that space. And I just say that to say that I don't know how Mike Shula deals with what their relationships are. But Jamie, as you pointed out, it could go either way. For instance, from my own personal experience, when unfortunately towards the end of the Lou Holtz era, you can kind of look and see whatever side Lou Holtz was dealing with more or had his hands on more, they kind of underperformed. And it was a lot just because of his hovering and because of Lou Holtz being sort of the overbearing presence that he could be. And when he left, it felt like a sigh of relief for everybody on that side, the coaches, players included. I don't know if I would say I don't know. From what I've seen, that's not Mike at all. From what I've seen. But there can be changes when there are changes made. Some players may love it, some players may not like it, but that's not really what you have to do because they haven't been performing up to a standard. And you would point out, you would say, hey, if you love them that much, then you need to go and play for them like you love them because you're not doing that right now.
Well, that's a good point. How would you assess Lenoris Sellers after 7 games?
This is another difficult question. He's obviously doesn't feel like he's the player he was last year. He didn't lose anything. It just feels like he's playing a little bit shakier with his confidence in going out there and making plays. It seems like he's thinking through processes a lot more. Feels like he's a little bit hesitant to pull the trigger on any throws that he's made. And I don't really know all of the quarterback stuff as far as, can you get into your head about making reads or trying to make the second read or whatever. I don't really know all of that stuff, but it just feels like he's a step slower to make the play than he was last year.
Mm-hmm. I felt like on Saturday, and I watched the game again yesterday. It's miserable doing this job sometimes, by the way, to feel like you know what you're talking about. You go back and watch these things, and just it gets old. Maybe if they win a game here soon, that would be a little bit more fun. But I went back and watched. I felt like he was a little more animated at times this weekend, but not in a good way. And I'm not calling him a bad teammate. That's not what I'm saying. I just saw him throw his hands up a few times, almost to the point of either what the hell are you doing or what the hell are we doing? Did you feel that way, or am I a little bit off base here?
No, there was one specific instance where he got hit and he sort of laid on the ground and you knew he wasn't hurt, but he was just laying on the ground. It looked like he was just like maybe saying the Serenity Prayer or something. I don't know what he was doing, but he was just sort of laying there and you just could tell that he was like, I love that question. He's like, what? It felt like, what the hell are we doing? And I don't, and to his credit, I have not got the feeling that he's saying, what am I doing here? Or what is, like, it's not worth it. It just felt like he's just like, we can't get this together. And that did get that sense from him this weekend.
You were on the 0-2 team, right?
Yes.
I covered that team game by game. And I made the analogy yesterday. Corey Jenkins, I was so impressed with him because it wasn't working. I mean, the offense was just a disaster. He never threw anybody under the bus. He, in post-game interviews, always was composed. I thought he handled it as well as you can. And I would say the same thing about Lenoris. I think that Lenoris could easily be a very bad teammate right about now. He's not. And he's doing everything he can. He doesn't throw people under the bus. And I think, in a moment of candor, to your point, and we've had Pat DeMarco on saying, he hadn't played his best football. He just hasn't. And so, there's no need for any finger pointing at this point. But I have been impressed with the way he's handled it, emotionally and everything else. I mean, very similar to the way Spencer Rattler a couple of years ago when nobody was blocking for him. And I was like, if anybody had a right to just start throwing people under the bus, Spencer Rattler could do it. He never did. And I think that was to his benefit. I mean, if you're trying to find some positives out of a situation like this, it's how you handle it. I guarantee you this, and you know this, Preston, NFL scouts are watching how you handle this stuff. Because if you're a really high pick, and I'm not sure if Lenoris is going to be, when I say that, he could be late first round, for example, instead of early first round. But when you go to one of those teams like 25 to 32, chances are they're 25 to 32 for a reason. They don't have a great offensive line. They don't have a great wide receiver room. Very often it's a team that sucks. And if you're drafted in the first round as a QB, you're going to be asked to play right away. There's no more 3-year plans. They're going to pay you a lot of money. You're going to have to go out there, just ask, again, Rattler. He's playing with garbage in New Orleans, but he's producing. He's doing the best he can in that situation. So I take that as a positive sign, the way all that has been handled.
Yeah, and I mean, and I 100% agree with you. And one, Corey's Jenkins has always been, a man's man and a leader, that type of guy. He's just always been that. And I always make sure everybody understands, dude played quarterback and then went to the NFL the next year to play linebacker.
That's right.
It's the crazy.
And was a baseball player too.
And was a baseball player.
Yeah.
His linebacker, he was a linebacker with some guys you may have heard of: Junior Seau, Zach Thomas, Shannon Crowder.
Wow.
It's pretty solid crew of dudes that he was playing.
That's
with.
awesome.
That's neither here nor there.
Yeah.
But to your point, yes. And I think what we're underestimating is while we had all those high hopes for Lenoris and Heisman, I'm sure he had them all too.
Sure.
And he's trying to figure out, like, man, this is not what I anticipated this year being like, because he had so much success last year. And this is probably, I don't know, Jamie, you may keep up with a little bit more, but I'd imagine, is this the first time he's ever failed athletically?
Got to be. Yeah.
Probably, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
I'm not aware of him ever having like a losing season or something.
You know, he's state championship. His team, he takes a program that wasn't a traditional winner, takes them, they start winning. He wins at every level last year. I mean, he redshirted. That was, I guess, maybe a level of failure, but he wasn't playing. And then last year he comes in, sets the world on fire. So this is the first time he's like, what? I don't understand how this is supposed to work. So he's working through a lot of things himself.
It's Alabama this weekend, Preston, the 15-year anniversary from number 1 being knocked off by our friends Steven Garcia, Pat DeMarco, Alshon Jeffrey, and so many others. Marcus.
Just keep saying those names and make me feel warm and fuzzy inside.
Why, that was just on the offense. I haven't even gotten to the defensive guys yet. You know, I mean, those guys were pretty good too. As we all well know, it'll be neat to see how many of them. And I need to text Pat and find out how many of them are actually going to make it back. But I know there will be a visor sighting this weekend. Coach Spurrier is planning to be in town. The Gators are off this weekend down in Gainesville, so he'll be here, kind of hobbling around. We'll see if he's out there for the the Gamecock chant, if he gets the crowd fired up, or what Steve's plans are. What is important going into this game for this football team, regardless of who's calling plays and what's happened to this point?
Man, you got to go out there and compete. I mean, I don't think we're not to a point in the season where, you know, you're just trying to get moral victories or anything like that. But you got to go out there and compete and go out there and, you know, all of that stuff that's happened, that's fine. You have to go out there and say, hey, man, we are attempting something to finish this season. It's obviously a disappointing, but you got to go out there and compete, whether it's for your own personal pride, your team pride, the name on the back of your jersey. Find a reason and go out there and compete.
Hey, look, man, you know, as much heat as Shane Beamer's been taking, he does deserve credit. It's been lost in all this other stuff that we've already talked about. He has repeatedly said, it is on me. I will fix it. So let's see what they look like this weekend. And if there's anybody can get them to buy in, it's Shane. I mean, he can get them to buy in. And this team, if you upend a team like Alabama, everything that's happened to this point, it quickly resolves itself, and you've got a new outlook on what the rest of the year could look like. That team in the Upstate isn't playing any better, for what it's worth. So
I know, and that's why this season hurts even more, because we have a chance to get a one up on them, and we're wasting it, man. So that's why this is like, come on, fellas.
Just beat them at the end of the year, regardless of the record. You might finish 5-7, but that fifth one could be a big one.
It could be huge.
It could be the toilet bowl for both the Gamecocks or the Tigers, back to the days of the mid-90s.
98.
That
was the toilet bowl in 1998.
That's right. Hey, man, when you see him, please give a hug to Jay Phillips from all of us. We will put him in our prayers. For those that miss the news, Jay has let everybody know he has bladder cancer, and we will be praying for Jay and his family. Nobody deserves cancer, man. Jay's been doing a lot for a long time for South Carolina. We will continue to pray and think about him. So please give him a hug from all of us over here, okay?
Definitely do. I mean, obviously dealing with cancer is one thing that unites us all, because nobody has either you've been personally touched or a family member, and that's just a fact. And
I know you're good at bear hugs. That big, what do you weigh now? About 240? 230?
Ooh, brother, I wish that was true. It's funny. I was watching the baseball game last night, and they said Vladdy Guerrero weighed 250. I said, no way. No. He may have weighed 250 when he came into the league, but not right now.
Dude, I don't know if your house shook, but mine shook when Springer's ball landed in the left field bleachers in Toronto. The Rogers Center was falling apart. That was awesome.
It was cool. It definitely is cool to watch for sure.
Nothing like Game 7 in the postseason of Major League Baseball, man. Thank you, buddy. Have a wonderful week. I sure hope we have some good news to talk about next Tuesday.
All right, man. We appreciate y'all as always.
Thanks,
yes,
Preston.
sir.
All right.
There you go, Preston. The early game on 107.5 The Game. He is really good.
By the way, I did not know it until you just mentioned that about Jay. So
I just found out as I was coming on the air. I mentioned it when you were on, but you couldn't hear it.
I couldn't hear it at that point.
Yeah.
So, yeah, obviously thoughts and prayers, man.
Yeah.
Used to know Jay quite well. Worked with him for a bit. And I know his wife, Sunny, and their beautiful daughters. So hopefully, can't take any more bad news, man. The last 18 months, well, 2 years, starting with Tommy Moody, it's just been way too much.
A lot of people, man. A lot of people. I mean, with Gunner still dealing with a bunch of stuff over there, and there's a lot of people dealing with a lot of stuff. Look what Travian's going through.
Yeah.
It's just nobody deserves these things.
No.
All right. We got to get a break, Mike. Can you get us
absolutely.
into a timeout so we can drive around when we get back?
I can. I'm looking forward to the drive, and I'm looking forward to somebody out there ready to save some money on a refi or a new mortgage. Again, Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage, he doesn't text me often. And when he does, I sure as hell listen. And you folks sure as heck can take advantage of this. The rates are officially down. And they will say that a whole lot. So if you bought a house in the last 12 to 18 months, it very well could be worth a conversation. They're locking in people at 6 and under right now. If you know how the market's been in mortgages, it's been really hard to get. So go ahead and call him now. He's going to lead you in the right direction. He's going to help you as much as you can be helped and get you the best possible rate on any kind of mortgage, and they do them all. That's Troy Branham of Golden Gate Mortgage, 803-238-0111. That's an important number, 803-238-0111. Troy Branham, Golden Gate Mortgage.
11:03. We'll drive, and we'll get into some graffiti when we return.
It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on.
Why choose Game Day nuts?
They're so easy to eat.
Don't have to throw the shells away.
Easy for travel. It's like grab and go.
Delicious.
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 They are delicious.
Never miss a touchdown fumbling with your nuts. Visit GameDayNuts.net. Boiled peanuts. No shells.
There's nothing like Saturday in South Carolina. However you enjoy Gamecock football, Gamecock Traditions has a long-standing legacy of being a part of your game day. From tailgates to touchdowns, Gamecock Traditions has what you need and want with our beloved Block C logo. Get into Gamecock Traditions in Lexington or the Village at Sand Hill, or visit GamecockTraditions.com and have it shipped to your doorstep. We look forward to taking care of your family. Go Gamecocks.
Are your wood floors dirty, scratched, worn, or unsightly? Refinish your hardwood floors with Recoat Revolution, your solution for dull wood floors that need an upgrade. Our one-day, dustless wood floor refinishing process is simple, effective, and affordable. Our goal is to serve as many customers as possible, so give us a call in South Carolina, 803-397-1365, or visit us at recoatrevolution.com. Go Gamecocks!
You're traveling to a dealership where the savings are beyond imagination. You've just entered the Buy Right Zone.
When you don't have a reliable car, it can turn your world upside down. Even if your credit has reached its outer limits, JT is serious about saving you money.
Buy or lease a new JT's Kia for as little as $199 a month.
Get 0% for 72 months and save over $7,000. You have entered the Buy Right Zone,
where we love to say, you're approved. JT's Kia Fall Savings Event.
Introducing this year's Carolina Jackpot $5 scratch-off ticket, featuring a chance to win up to $200,000. You can even enter your tickets into the Second Chance promotion. Step on the court for a chance to win $50, $75, or $100,000. This Palmetto Series lets show who really runs this state.
Visit GameDayNuts.net and order yours today. Boiled peanuts, no shells. Official tailgate snack of ITG. You're tuned into Hour 2 of Inside the Gamecocks, the morning show. Presented by the Barn Dough Company and Resto Pros of the Midlands. Go Gamecocks!
With a little love and some tenderness, we'll walk upon the water, we'll rise above the mist. With a little peace and some harmony, we'll take the world together, we'll take them by the hand. 'Cause I got him for you.
It's now time to take a drive around the SEC, presented by JT's Kia across South Carolina, the home of JT's Advantage Package, featuring tire rotations, oil changes, and more. Make your next road trip in an ever-reliable JT's Kia, and don't forget to check our used inventory as well. Let's drive.
You like this tune, don't you?
Yeah, I like all of our production.
Yes. Well, that would be 99% you, but yes.
Well, if I don't like it, I can tell you it won't run.
It's not going to run. I know.
I'll skip that quick. Yeah.
I mean, I tried to get a steady dose of Menudo and Kid and Play, and you said no. So I got to respect your decision.
That's on Phil.
Phil, big Menudo fan. Little known fact. Okay. Where do we start, JB? Where do we start? A lot of stuff to get to. It is the JT's Kia drive around the SEC, Greystone Boulevard, Killian Road, and Rock Hill, South Carolina. They will take terrific care of you if you're in the market for a new or used car. It was a very interesting weekend in college football. This goes above and beyond just the SEC, but as always, the SEC is a focal point. Saturday, there were a lot of top 10 teams in action. They went 5-4.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
5-4. Of course, one of those was top 10 on top 10 crime. Georgia beat Ole Miss 43-35. Knocking the Rebels from the ranks of the unbeatens. But the others were all upsets. Louisville knocks down Pest Control, Pelican tattooed, gold shade wearing U-Dog 24-21. Arizona State upended 7th ranked Texas Tech 26-22. And of course, Vanderbilt knocked off number 10 LSU, to name a few of these upsets that we had. I hear the P word a lot. Parity.
Oh.
No. Easy. Here's an interesting number, and I talked about this morning on JC and Morgan. The average margin of victory in the SEC. So these are conference games. This is not Carolina, South Carolina State. This is not Alabama, Western Carolina. This is SEC on SEC. In 2017, the average margin of victory was 21 points. A lot of blowouts. The big timers blowing out the middle and the bottom. In 2018, it lowered 17.6. In 2021, 17.6. In 2022, 16.5. Here's the last three. Margin of victory in conference games in the Southeastern Conference. 2023, 14.4. 2024, 11.1. And this year, the average margin of victory, 10.7. So that's half of what it was 8 years ago. What do you make of that?
Well, I mean, I think it all goes back to, I mean, the transfer portal this is live data of how this thing is affecting college football, in my opinion. Now, is it because they're all getting good players? Is it because they're losing quality players? Is it because some of these guys aren't as, I don't know. I don't know. But I think that has a lot to do with it. That's for sure.
Yeah, I don't think there's any turning back. I don't think we're going to have the super teams of Georgia 21-22, LSU 2019, so many of Saban's Alabama teams where the backups could beat most of the starters of other teams. I don't think we're there anymore. I think it's actually a good thing for college football.
Yeah.
You got some more surprises nowadays. You talked about the Heisman Trophy earlier. Well, there are 3 SEC quarterbacks, according to Kalshi, which is a investment type, gambling type site. These right now are the favorites to win the Heisman Trophy. Number 5, Marcel Reed, SEC. Number 4, Diego Pavia, SEC. Number 3, Julian Sayin of Ohio State. Number 2, the guy that'll be in Columbia this weekend, Ty Simpson, SEC. And number 1, Jamie Bradford. Who do you think?
I would guess it starts with a Fernand and ends with an O.
Fernando Mendoza, 23% right now is the numbers you can get on Fernando Mendoza.
Who you're a Heisman voter? Who would be your pick today?
Today, subject to change 27 times, probably Ty Simpson. Yeah, I mean, the numbers are ridiculous. 18 touchdowns, 1 pick, 1,931 yards. What he did in the the Georgia game on the road in Athens, that would put it over the top for me. But Mendoza's right there. I mean, Mendoza is right there. If somehow Vanderbilt gets to the playoff, if they beat Missouri this weekend and Pavia keeps to, who knows?
Well,
he'll be in New York if that happens. I guarantee you that.
Yeah, I think it brings into play the conversation of are we voting on the best player in college football, or are we voting on the most valuable player in college football? Because if I asked you today who is more valuable to their team, Diego Pavia, Ty Simpson, or Fernando Mendoza, I'm not asking you who the best player is. Who is the more valuable player to their team? How would you answer that?
Yeah, I know where you're going. Pavia. Right?
I
know where you're going. I thought that's where you were going.
I think so. Like, would Vanderbilt would they even have a winning record without Diego Pavia?
There's no question he is their engine. He's their heartbeat. I'm not saying Vandy doesn't have any talent, but other than Eli Stowers, there's a bunch of good guys. I mentioned yesterday on the show, all 5 of their offensive linemen are portal guys. And not portal guys from Alabama and Georgia. Portal guys from 1AA and G5 schools. Pavia, what he's doing is It's ridiculous. So, in a lot of ways, if you want to I view the Heisman, it's the best player. I can't get into the weeds of, well, is that the most valuable? Is that the this or that the, Look, if Carolina went 10-2 and got in a playoff and Lenore Sellers put up good numbers, I would have been more than happy to come on this show that Monday after the votes have already been in, say, hey, Lenore Sellers got my vote. But you do have to win. You do have to have a certain amount of numbers. And then we can start getting into the X factors of, well, was he the most valuable? Was he the intangibles? What were the Heisman moments? Did he come up with the big plays in the big games? Right?
Yeah.
All those things come into play. That's where I think Simpson has an edge, because Simpson in that Georgia game, again, in Athens, every big play, he made it. Every big play.
Well, in those last 4 wins, Georgia, Vandy, Missouri, Tennessee, 9 touchdowns, 1 pick, averaging about 275 yards or so through the air, 70-something% completion percentage, 70%. I mean, he's been pretty good.
Pretty.
And he hasn't been unscathed, by the way. He's been sacked. He was sacked 4 times at Missouri game, sacked 4 times in that Vanderbilt game, and they got to him.
Right.
No, Tennessee didn't get to him. But maybe that's a good omen for Carolina. Maybe they can get to him 4 times. We'll see.
Maybe so. So another SEC coach fired. That's 2. Pittman and Billy Napier. As you have pointed out several times, you started with an over-under of 2.5. Yesterday, you were moving the line to 3.5.
No. Those are you're misconstruing the 2 numbers. 2.5 is firings. 3.5 is changes.
Oh, okay. I know what you're saying. So obviously, if Lane left and took the Florida job, then that would be that'd be a change.
It'd be a head coaching vacancy.
Right. Yeah. Well, speaking of which, great. Spurrier hadn't lost his quote game. So he was interviewed yesterday by your guy, Chris Lowe.
I love that guy.
Love that guy. I know you do. You got a man crush, and you're not afraid to say it.
Big fan.
He said on the job opening, which they can ask Steve what he thinks. He's kind of an ambassador over there. Quote, "Yep, hope we can get this one right. A big stadium and a big crowd doesn't mean you're going to win a lot. Look at Texas." Still got it, Coach. Still got it.
Man.
Yep. They're going after Lane. It's no secret. Lane makes $9 million at Ole Miss. This isn't coming down to money. This is coming down. Lane, where would you rather be? Oxford or Gainesville? Period. And
Oxford.
I don't know. I've heard a lot of different rumors from people, quote unquote, on the inside at both Ole Miss and Florida. Ole Miss people are a little bit nervous. Some Florida people are confident, but then if Florida swings and misses on Kiffin, now the nerves come in on that side, because who's your number 2?
Well, I know who it should be, but
who?
It should be Eli Drinkwitz.
Okay.
I'm not getting off that train.
Oh, I don't think you should, but I don't know if Eli's leaving for the Florida job.
Yeah, I would say that if Eli and Lane both have a decision to make as to whether they should leave for like the Florida or Auburn job, Lane, stay put, pal. Eli, get out of there.
Whoever Florida hires, it'll be their 5th coach since 2010.
Yeah.
Think about that.
I heard your boy yesterday, Loogie, Tom Luganbill.
Yeah,
hey, Loogie. Ask him, by the way, if he ever got offended when Coach Spurrier called him Loogie. I always thought it was pretty funny. But he was asked the question about that job. Why would Lane Kiffin want the Florida job? And he said, I wouldn't want that job. That was Luganbill's response.
Yeah.
I would.
It's not for everybody. It's not for everybody.
If anybody can handle it, Lane can handle it. There's no question about that.
So can Eli. These guys, you have to remember, You tell them, hey, man, that job has been eating people up. Nobody's lasting more than like 3 years. You know what they say? Yeah, but they're not me. They have enough arrogance where they're like, I can win at Florida. If Spurrier and Urban Meyer did it, if a guy that had a picture naked with a shark can go to 2 SEC championship games, I can certainly do it. I'm Lane freaking Kiffin. I'm Eli freaking Drinkwitz. They're not afraid of the opportunity. So
can I go ahead and get my guess in?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I don't think Lane takes that job.
Okay.
I think that
you
job.
think Eli does?
I think
Eli stays at Missouri.
Do you?
As crazy as that sounds, I think Eli stays at Mizzou. No inside information. I'm just telling you. They all have money. This is what I was saying about Curt Cignetti. Oh, you're going to leave Indiana. Penn State wants. Every SEC and Big Ten school has money. This is not going to be who spent $2 million a year more than the other guy. This is where would I rather be? What makes me and my family happier?
Well, that's why I think Lane stays. I think Lane gets the best of both worlds here. I think he says, yeah, I'm thinking about it. We'll give you $12 million a year. You got a deal. And so he wants to stay where there's less pressure. I think he enjoys it there. He gets to go to Florida enough and stay at his beach house. And he's going to get more money to hang out over there in Oxford for a little while. And now I wasn't prepared for you to be Mr. Radio guy and have to present a follow-up question. Like, why would you do that? So I guess I'll stand on business and I'll just say, yeah, you know what? I think Eli gets coaxed into taking that job. I think he takes it.
Jamie, the play calling at Carolina clearly has been off. You expect any changes? That's my follow-up. You don't have to answer that. You can just chew me out and tell me to kick rocks.
Yeah, I do actually.
Okay. So with the Napier buyout, if you go ahead and combine Billy with the other coaches that have already been fired, and we all know the names, right? Over $121 million has already been spent on coaching buyouts. That's a lot of money. We're not done yet. We're not done yet. We'll be over at 150.
Oh yeah, I would imagine. So it's crazy. These sometimes you got to pay attention to what you're looking at to figure out which buyout you're looking at, because the buyouts are there if the school is buying out the coach to take a hike, and then there are buyouts for another school poaching said coach from that program, and those are like 20% of the buyouts that are like, it was like somebody said, I don't know where I just pulled up the contract. That's what it was. When all this crazy stuff came up about Shane to Blacksburg. So if they wanted to try to move him away from Columbia, they would owe South Carolina $5 million. But Shane just signed a new contract in January. So if they were to fire him, they would owe him like $28 million at South Carolina. A little bit of a difference.
Yeah, no doubt. All right, some of the games this week, of course, it starts in Columbia, Alabama, taking on the Cocks. Bama with 4 consecutive wins against ranked opponents. Their offensive line gave up 0 sacks against Tennessee. Wide receiver Isaiah Horton has now caught a touchdown pass in 5 of 7 games in an Alabama uniform. Ty Simpson logged his 5th game of the year with at least 250 passing, led touchdown drives of 99 and 75 yards against UT. Again, second in the SEC, 1,931 yards, 18 touchdowns, 1 pick. Auburn at Arkansas. The Tigers are now 0-4 in SEC play. The Hugh Freeze buyout, a very manageable $15 million. Yellowwood could cut that check tomorrow.
That's crazy.
Yeah, $15 million. Auburn under Hugh Freeze at home, and every one of these games have been sellouts. 9-10 now. I got to tell you, I've never seen a better home crowd for a team that has had 3 consecutive losing seasons than what I saw Saturday night at Auburn. Kudos to that fan base because they have been beaten up and abused, and they still just come out in droves. Presentation great, but they have struggled. 9-10 at home under Hugh Freeze. Gus Malzahn at Auburn lost 11 home games total in 8 years.
Yeah.
Yeesh. Arkansas is taking on Texas A&M, or they did take on Texas A&M.
Yeah, they got Auburn this weekend.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was trying to segue to. Screwed that up. Bobby Petrino's Razorbacks rolled up 527 yards and 42 points against future Carolina opponent Texas A&M. They're moving the ball. Your boy Taylor Green continues to play outstanding football. He doesn't have a ton of help around him, but he's going out there doing it. The problem is they can't stop a soul. Can't stop a soul.
Yeah, it's been bad.
It's been awfully bad. Already mentioned that. Finally, Eli Drinkwitz. Eli Drinkwitz now going into this Vanderbilt game. Remember this is what Billy Napier did not do. Billy Napier refused to hire an offensive coordinator. He just kept telling everybody, no, I'm good. I know how to call freaking plays. It helped get him fired. I think he would have been fired anyway, honestly. I just don't think he was equipped for a job like that. Eli Drinkwitz was a little bit smarter. Eli Drinkwitz understood, hey, I can't do a good enough job coaching this team and calling plays. So what did he do? He gave up play calling a couple of years ago. Since he did that, Missouri is 27-6 in 2+ years. 27-6. A lot of people think Penn State will be going after Eli as well. All right, that does it for your JT's Kia. Oh, no, real quick. Point spreads, we love them. Oklahoma, 2.5-point favorite against Ole Miss. Arkansas, 1.5-point favorite against Auburn. Vandy, 2.5-point favorite against Mizzou. Vandy being a favorite against top 25 competition.
I mean, do you know College Game Days in Nashville?
Oh, I know. And justifiably so. The per diem will be crushed. Some of those steakhouses downtown right away. Texas, 6.5-point favorite against Mississippi State. Tennessee, 9.5-point favorite against Kentucky. And as you mentioned, there's been a lot of movement on Bama. Carolina, Bama now a 12.5-point favorite against Carolina.
State. This is their first SEC win in 2 years this weekend against Texas.
You think so? Okay. Yep. I'll buy that. Sark's getting a little edgy. Speaking of coaches that call plays, he was asked about it. And he said, I got this job because I'm pretty good at play calling. So he's getting a little hot under the collar right now. A lot of tension in the air, Jamie. A lot of tension. Anyway, that is your JT's Kia drive around the SEC. Maestro, take us out, please.
Well, the Goblins took us out today. I love it. Halloween right around the corner. 10 days.
What you're going to get on this show.
No, you sure don't. But you know what you're going to get if you go to Gamecock Traditions. Go to GamecockTraditions.com. Buy one, get one, half off. How about that? Apparel. Buy one, get one, half off. Are you going to be weather this weekend? Columbia. Real nice, Clark. But it's going to be a little chilly. So if you want to be comfy, go to GamecockTraditions.com and get those long sleeve hoodies or jackets or whatever they may be. And whatever you buy next is half off. Pretty cool.
Can I sign up for the Jello of the Month Club at Gamecock Traditions?
That would be Jelly of the Month.
Jelly, yes. Making my own
I don't know. They might offer Jello instead of jelly. Try not to, step on the shoes of the great Clark W. Griswold.
I worked for Bill Cosby before he became a serial rapist. Actually, I think he was a serial rapist long before he was a pitchman.
Well, yeah, Cosby's. Yeah. That's right.
Yeah.
We got
you
Bill
take
Cosby
a drink
reference.
and you drop a tablet in, and then you grab the pudding pop.
Buy one, get one half off at Gamecock Traditions, but don't let that remind you of Bill Cosby
No,
while you're
don't.
shopping this weekend.
It's been a long
All right. We have heard from many of you, and you will hear from them on the Gamecock Graffiti line. So that's coming up next. And there's a big event tonight if you're going to be going and you want to get a peek at the Gamecock basketball team. They will be, well, both of them. They'll be out and about tonight. We'll tell you where and when. If you haven't heard, the men beat Georgia Tech this weekend, from my understanding, in the super secret scrimmage. We got plenty to get to, and then Gerbert, he'll be here at noon with Mad Dog. It's 11:31. We'll step aside. Gamecock Graffiti when we return.
If you live in the Midlands and have a Medicare Advantage plan, please listen carefully.
Hello, I'm Joel Lurie. Due to recent congressional action regarding prescription drug costs, it's very important for you to review your plan. There are major changes that could affect your coverage and how much you pay. If you would like a review of your Medicare Advantage plan, call Lurie Life and Health in Columbia, 803-256-2067. Our service is at no cost.
Hey folks, it's Mike Morgan for Ryan Brewer Fence. That's right, you know the former Gamecock legend as a terrific college football player. Well, I know him as that too. I also know him as the guy that runs a great business, one of the best businesses in South Carolina. How do I know that? Well, for one, I'm actually a client of Ryan's. I had my home in Columbia done years ago, and his crew did an outstanding job, just as he does for everybody else. Whether you're in the market for a fence, railings, columns, or anything in between, their craftsmanship, their experience, and service second to none. Ryan Brewer Fence has over 15 years of experience with consultation and installation of residential and commercial fencing and railings. Rest assured your job will be done with an unparalleled level of expertise, and it's done on time, and they do it right the first time. Again, you're not going to do any better than Ryan Brewer Fence. The website is ryanbrewer.net. Set up an appointment today. Tell them Mike sent you.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire. Ain't nobody got time for that.
Disaster comes uninformed. During and after natural disasters or accidents, there can be a heavy loss to property. It can become extremely difficult to bounce back to what you knew before. Having your home or office destroyed or damaged by water, fire, smoke, or mold affects your personal and business lifestyle. Resto Pros of the Midlands is here to help. Open 24/7. Call them when you need them. 803-493-0170.
You're traveling to a dealership where the savings are beyond imagination. You've just entered the buy right zone.
When you don't have a reliable car, it can turn your world upside down.
Even if your credit has reached its outer limits, JT is serious about saving you money.
Buy or lease a new JT's Kia for as little as $199 a month.
Get 0% for 72 months and save over $7,000. You have entered the buy right zone,
where we love to say, you're approved. JT's Kia Fall Savings Event.
This is a breaking news event. We now have boiled peanuts without the shells.
Sorry, Alex. Did you say boiled peanuts without the shells?
Yes, boiled peanuts. No shells. Go to GameDayNuts.net and order them for Game Day.
Morning, Carl. Usual?
Yeah.
Your oldest was in here the other day. Said the two of you took a trip down to my neck of the woods. How'd that go?
You might as well give me one of those Carolina cars while you're at it.
I knew I'd like that one.
Yeah.
There you go, my friend.
Thanks.
Hey, Carl. Congratulations.
See you tomorrow, Freddie.
You bet.
At Moultrie Insurance, our agents are working for you. Our commercial lines of coverage are well-sourced and intimately chosen. We offer commercial lines of coverage such as business owners, umbrella, property, auto, or general liability coverage, and evaluate every option to find what fits you best. Like a good offensive coordinator, we will draw up the plays, but only run with what you feel comfortable. Get in touch with our quarterback, Perry Orth, or our head coach, Frank, by visiting MoultrieINS.com. MoultrieINS.com. Moultrie Insurance, proud supporters of the South Carolina Gamecocks.
Nana's Porch presents a Southern staple, delivered right to your doorstep. Nana's Porch locally crafted pimento cheese has been a hit for years at weddings, tailgates, and other events. Now you can order online and have it sent to your home. Visit nanasporch.com. That's nanasporch.com and click the pimento cheese tab to choose between their original pimento cheese and their jalapeno smoked pimento cheese set. nanasporch.com. Man, that's good.
Ladies and gentlemen, here it is.
Time to let loose all that internal frustration. Air those grievances. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your beef? It's time to be heard. Welcome to Gamecock Graffiti.
All right, it's 11:37. Welcome back inside the Gamecocks, the morning show powered by Electric Bikes of Charleston. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. What a great time to be on one of those. ElectricBikesCharleston.com. Get them now. Holiday season's coming up. All right. You okay, Phil? You look frustrated. Is JC bothering you again?
No. Oh, no. I've got plenty of things bothering me, but not JC. Not yet.
Well, give it 22. Give it 22 minutes.
22 minutes. We'll add that to the list of frustration.
So what do we have? 4 calls? 5 calls?
We have. Oh man.
10 calls?
Just to quickly answer your question, Mike. Not today.
Not today. Okay.
All right. Yeah, that's all right. That's all right.
Next week.
Everybody. Yeah.
Oh, I just saw that. That might be on me.
Is it? I thought
I've
I
got it.
might have had it too, and it just one of the things.
No,
slipped through
that's
the cracks.
that's on me. That's on me. I actually had that on my to-do list that I threw in the trash can the other day. My apologies.
But you sent that, and I was like,
That to do. It got too long. I was like, nah.
I knew I forgot something.
Let's get all this. I don't have time.
We're gonna. We got about 5 calls. One of them is actually interesting. It's about 3 parts. Because you can only record 3 minutes at a time, so we'll have to indulge a 6-ish minute 2 calls. We'll work through it.
Yeah,
JC,
part of the challenge of this is to be a little bit concise.
Yeah.
So we don't need like a 7-minute dissertation. Just try to keep it within a couple minutes. We used to do the 1-minute drill back in the day. You had to get everything in like 90 seconds. So just get what you can of each person. And,
I like it. Most of them are around 90-ish,
Yeah,
you know,
that's fine.
or less. Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
We'll start
let's
with
go.
we'll start off here with Pete and Pelzer is who I'm going to call him.
All right.
And
I'm on the alliteration back-to-back weeks, man.
This is going to be a hallmark of Gamecock. So if you recognize your voice and I call you, you know, Paul from Pauline, that's your fault. But here's Pete from Pelzer talking about Sellers. This call came in on Friday before the game.
You know, if Shane's going to be a cheerleading quarterback coach, which is perfectly fine, the only leverage he's got is the ability to set a player. Lenore's is playing like someone who knows he's not going to get set down, and that's not good. I think you don't have to be a jerk to sit somebody down. You're doing it for the best of the team, best for them. He plays like somebody who knows he's not going to be set down.
So is Lenore Sellers playing like a guy who is not afraid to be sat down?
No, I don't think that's. I don't think that's.
Well,
I mean,
they're
he's
not
going
going
to
to
get
sit him down.
Of course,
No.
but that's not. I don't think that's the issue. There's a lot of issues out there, but I don't think that's it.
Yeah, I understand. I'm guessing here. I don't know. Who'd you say this was? Paul?
This
was Pete.
Pelzer. Yeah.
Okay. My apologies, sir. I could see the place, like where that's coming from. I mean, he hasn't played to his potential this year. Now, if you want to argue the why, it's 11:41. You know, we've only got 19 minutes left in this program, so we don't have time to do that. But everybody has an opinion as to why. A lot of people are beginning to put more blame on him. He is not blameless. He has had some rough moments this year, but this system I don't think has done him any favors. I don't think his offensive line has done him any favors. I don't think a lot of guys have done him any favors. Everybody's to blame. So I get where he's coming from. You know, historically, hey, look, we got reconditioned around here, Mike Morgan and Phil Molinax in 2005.
I mean, I'm old, but damn.
In 2005.
Oh, that's classic.
Take you right off my.
What's up, Corn?
We all love Corn. In 2005, who's to say if Steve Spurrier was running the show around here that Sellers wouldn't have been on the bench at some point in time? Because he probably would have.
Steve benched Heisman Trophy winners.
Right.
Not
That's what I'm saying.
Heisman Trophy candidates. Steve would bench anybody. If you're not performing, if you're not hitting open receivers, if you're not making plays, that Steve was very unique in that regard.
Yeah.
But I don't think that, first off, you don't have anybody who's ready.
Well, that never stopped him before either, but this isn't Steve Spurrier's team.
No. I don't think
good. No.
Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
When Oris will be getting every snap, unless it's mop-up duty, the rest of the year.
All right, so call number 2. We've got Rod from Ridgeway. This came in, I believe, either.
Well, I think we had Rod from Ridgeway.
Now, Rod is going to be a regular. I feel like we're gonna hear from Rod, every once in a while, because this is actually the third time he's reached out. I believe once was via text, but I might be wrong. But anyway, Rod from Ridgeway, with some either immediate post-game thoughts or either like mid-third quarter thoughts.
Hey guys, Rod from Ridgeway again. So it is at the end of the third quarter of this Oklahoma debacle. I stayed at home. I had tickets, and I kind of knew what was coming. So I gave them to a man from my church. So he had to go sit and watch it. Anyway, I have 2 questions I want to ask. Question number 1. With your eyes and watching the 2025 Carolina Gamecocks football team, do you see a well-coached team on the field? That's question 1. Question 2. And this, I know what JC is going to say, but I want to have somebody prove me wrong. Don't you think that a Marcus Satterfield offense was more productive than what the Mike Shula offense is? I know he probably never went 8 games without scoring 21 points. And I'm talking about Marcus Satterfield. Yes, he was horrible, but his offenses were vastly superior to Mike Shula's. Thank you for taking my call. It's a really bad year for Gamecock football.
All right, Rod. That's how it's done. I mean, Rod, telling you how he feels. I would say Dowell Loggins. I don't know if I'm going to go Satterfield. I know JC's not. But I thought Dowell Loggins actually did a pretty good job last year and said so throughout when he was like a piñata. Anytime something went wrong, it was nobody else's fault but Dowell Loggins. I didn't buy into that. I think they would gladly have Dowell Loggins back now. Jamie? Anybody?
It was more productive, and I don't know the numbers, and they bear out that Satterfield's offense generated more points. I don't know. There's a lot of things that go into that. None of us want to relive.
Okay. Question 1: do you see a well-coached team? No. I mean, there are parts of it that yes, you could pick out individual groups. Right. Overall, this season, generally the numbers that dictate that, you start with things like penalties, and that was substantially better this past weekend. But I would say overall, as a unit, I'm gonna use Shane Beamer's formula here. As a unit, this staff has failed this year to prepare this football team to go win enough games. Starting at the top with him, and I don't think that's me being critical. I think this is me being honest, and he has said it himself twice in the last 4 or 5 days. So that would be my response. Number 2, Satterfield over Shula? Well, yeah. I mean, I can give you the numbers right here. In 2021, they averaged 22.6 points per game, 338 yards per game. 2022, 32.2 points per game, 379 yards per game. Now, that was greatly helped by what happened in the Tennessee game. I got it. But even if you take that out of there, it's still a better offense than what we've seen. 2025, 20.14 points per game, 298 yards per game. Now, you have to go into who they played and the defenses and this, that, and the other. Obviously. So
look, at this point, we could make a case the last 20 offensive coordinators have done a better job, right? I mean, statistically speaking,
overall
offense, it's been putrid.
Yeah, I think, by the way, I think this is the lowest scoring offense. I'd have to go back and just totally confirm it, but I think you won't believe this. The 2008 offense under Steve Spurrier, I think, averaged only 19.5 points per game.
It wasn't great.
No, it wasn't good.
I remember people calling my show and wanting Steve fired that year. 100%. It was not a good offense. And and really, Steve had to adjust. He could not call the same plays that he did at Florida. He could not run the same offense that he did at Florida. And he didn't. And when they got Lattimore, they were, I mean, really the strength of a lot of those teams were running with Marcus Lattimore because he just went beast mode and controlled the game. And then when you had to, Steve could always call up some good pass plays, but he made adjustments. He won a lot of games on running the ball and playing good defense. And that's a credit to Steve. Some Hall of Fame coaches never adjust. They only know what they know. But Steve did adjust.
Yeah.
All right, who's next, Mad Dog?
Be plenty of calls for him to be calling plays if he's in house this weekend too.
Well, he's going to be here.
I know. It's gosh. Can we have him mic'd up?
That would be pretty awesome.
I mean, not live to but just somebody record. I think the head ball coach says throughout the entire game.
I think they should let Miss Jerry start the Gamecock chant this weekend. There's nobody more positive than Miss Jerry. Let Miss Jerry out there. All right, go ahead. What you got, Mad Dog?
All right, let's see who we got here. Let's get to Bink. Let's get to Bink from
Bink,
a noted club chief member here. What does Bink have to say?
What's up, boys? This is Bink calling from Lauren. I was just calling to share a thought I had. Everyone's kind of upset with the play calling and the offensive line, and it makes sense because they've been bad. But a thought that I've had is that ever since the Illinois game, I feel like Lenore Sellers has not been the same player. I feel like he changed the way he plays the game in that game. Started being a lot more timid, running out of bounds and taking 5-yard losses and not lowering the shoulder to get a first down. And I feel like he's played the same way since that Illinois game. And, I think he's a bit of the problem too, man. He's making a lot of bad decisions. He's very timid. I feel like he's trying not to throw too many interceptions. He's trying not to take any hits because he knows he's probably going to be a high draft pick this year and all that. And it's just something I've observed. I've heard no one talk about that. It seems like it's everybody else's fault except his, but I think he's been kind of bad this year too. And I think a little bit of blame goes there. But anyway, I was just curious of y'all's thoughts on that and if you feel like he's played timid since the Illinois game or if that's just in my head. But anyway, boys, hopefully this went through. I tried to do this like 3 times. And I don't know if I was successful any. But anyway, love you boys. Have a good day.
Bink, you nailed it. Third time's a charm. Good stuff. I think there's a lot of truth in what Bink said. I don't think he's gotten better this year. And we talk about the offensive line and the play calling being the most culpable things, and I would agree with that. But I have not seen the progress that I thought we'd see. I mean, how many times last year when there was a bad game or a bad moment, and there were a few, the Clemson game just kind of glossed over that, where I kept reminding people, hey, it's only like his 7th start. It's only his 8th start. It's only his 10th start. Remember, next year, he'll have more starts under his belt. He'll see the field better. Things will come more naturally. I don't know if that's the case. I can tell you this. I spoke to a SEC coach, and he was scouting Auburn. Missouri. He was scouting Missouri. And I said, you know what I've noticed? Like, we're talking about Jackson Arnold. I said, Jackson Arnold takes way too many sacks because he's really athletic, but he doesn't see the field. He doesn't sense the rush. There's a hesitation there. It doesn't need to be there. He said, yeah, absolutely. He said, we noticed the same thing breaking down the film, Missouri, South Carolina, talking about Lenoris. It's just one of those things. Like right now, it's not clicking the way you want it to. Tell me that's unfair.
I mean, I mentioned it yesterday, going back to the comment there that, a lot of people coming out of that ball game down in Orlando, I had a lot of conversations with people, and we heard it around here, and we heard it all off season. They felt like they had seen a change in Lenoris Sellers from what they had seen the previous 9 games of the season to that one game that Mike Shula called. I mean, it looked like, none of us and none of the, I don't want to say none, but the very large majority, 99.9% probably of people that are engaged in what we do and what others do and things like that can't sit there and pinpoint every little thing that happened on the field because none of us have the headset on. We don't know what's going on, what's being called, et cetera, et cetera. But they did go off just a general feel, which is that just didn't look right. Something looked off. Maybe it was because he didn't play for a month. I don't know. They were trying to find all these reasons to blame it on, and maybe it was Shula, and then kind of crossed their fingers for 9 months that it wasn't the change in OC. And how can we go back and say that anybody was wrong in what they saw late last December down in Orlando, Florida? It was an omen to where we are now, in my opinion.
So, do you think he's regressed?
Well, yeah, I think he's regressed. I mean, I thought I've been pretty spoken on that, but I mean, the question is why. I think that most of us would say the system in which he is working in is not a good system for Lenoris Sellers.
Everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with that. Everybody agrees with two things: the system's not good, the offensive line's not good.
Yeah,
but that's not everything.
Well, no, it's not. But I'm saying that is I think a large reason. I could see how you change yourself as a player in the system in which you are trying to perform in. I'm not saying he is blameless. I've never said that. I've been one of the ones that's actually put blame on him.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, going back to that game in December, I think that was a pretty good omen now that we can look back and say, I wasn't going in the right direction. He spent a month getting ready for that game, Mike, under different leadership, and here we are. And it's the same that we saw in that game, and worse.
Yeah. Correct. And look, there were other games. It wasn't like that was the only time where Lenoris had bad moments. I mean, there were other games. There were throws that were missed. It happens. Even the very best quarterbacks, I've talked about all the so-called Heisman candidates this year. Most of them have played down a level. Yeah. For whatever reason. For Garrett Nussmeier, you could blame injuries. For DJ Lagway, I don't know. I guess you could blame their coaching staff. But the fact of the matter is, as a quarterback, a lot is on you. And there's just certain things that you're going to have to do in spite of the limitations around you. Lenoris is a super freak athlete that I would expect, even with a bad O-line and an offense that hasn't been great, a play calling that hasn't been great at all, I thought we'd see more just incredible plays. I thought we'd see more of Lenoris just like really putting together the type of season that would blow last one's away. I was wrong. It hadn't been. It's not been the case. I mentioned that it was a Deputy Smitty, which I think does a really good job of breaking down with the video. And in the Oklahoma game, he's like everybody else. He's ripping Shula and he's ripping the O-line. He also pointed out 2 or 3 plays where there's a wide open wide receiver and Lenoris never sees him. Mm-hmm. Protection's there, receiver's open, doesn't see him. You can't blame that on Shula. Like at some point, It's not like Lenore's is playing flawless football. So it's a combination. We've said this, you and I have. We've said this now for weeks on end. It is a combination. For an offense to be this bad, a lot of things have to be going wrong, and they are.
Or everything has to be going wrong. I would actually even say it a little bit differently. You remember some of the careless mistakes that Lenore's made last year? You lose football, fumbles.
He's not fumbling anymore. I'll say that. He does not fumble anymore.
That's kind of where I'm going in an awkward way. If you kind of understand what I'm saying here, I'd almost actually like to see him make more mistakes, because it would mean that aggressive nature is coming back out of him.
Well, 1,000% agree with you on that. Like, he's thrown five touchdowns, 2 picks.
Has he thrown 5? Yeah, he's thrown 5 now. Yeah,
5 touchdowns, 2 picks. And you could say, wow, he's only thrown 2 picks. You know what? I'm okay if he throws some picks. Be aggressive. Make some plays. And if it throws off, you're not going to be the only one that throws a pick. It happens. The best of the best will throw some INT. Except for Ty Simpson. Everybody else is throwing picks out there. But I'm with you. I think sometimes it looks like it's hesitant because worried about making the mistake.
Mm-hmm.
The best ones make mistakes. Go out there and be you, man.
And just live with it.
But live with it. But no, I mean, there are plays that have been there. Other people have commented on it, and some people just they want to ignore that fact. That's fine, but there are plays that have been there.
Well, hey, look, man, you can make an argument that he is a microcosm of what the entire offense has been this year. To be honest with you, everything has got to be perfect in order for it to be executed, and that's just not true in college football. Like, it's just not true. Like, every single thing that Lenore Sellers doesn't have to be perfect for him to create and make good plays and move the football down the field. Same thing with this offense that they're in, Mike. Like, you have to have 11 things go perfect on every single play in order for the play to work, and that's just not a college offense, in my opinion.
The thing is, too, that the national media hype did not do him any favors, because people took snapshots of the Clemson game where he was truly like Superman, right? The 2 runs, those will live in the history of that rivalry, Carolina-Clemson. You don't win the game without those plays. But those same the Todd McShays of the world, like these are guys that they didn't watch the Ole Miss game, they didn't watch the Alabama game. They jumped on, and then based on that, they were talking about him like he was just Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Cam Newton all in one. And I don't think that was fair to Lenore Sellers, because those are 3 of the best quarterbacks to have played the game, at least in the last 20 years, let's say. Lamar Jackson at Louisville was incredible. They didn't have the most talent around him. And Cam Newton, I mentioned, like, name a wide receiver that Cam Newton played with. You can't, because he didn't play with great wideouts. He didn't have like the best, but Cam Newton was an absolute dog and a freak that helped lead Auburn to a national championship, in a lot of cases on his own. But to start throwing out those comps was just like, man, let him grow as a player before you just jump right off that. And he still might be a first-round draft pick. I don't think he's coming back to college. He's going to be offered a lot of money, right? So, and he's only going to get better, and he might be a Pro Bowl quarterback 5 years from now. But he's not that today.
Well said. Well said.
What do we got? What's the next one? We have another one?
Let's see. Let's fire up another one here. We got Gamecock Willie. Gamecock Willie.
And this is Gamecock Willie. I got a couple of comments in reference to some thoughts on these Gamecocks here, so I'd like to get some input. Number one, when you look at the offensive scheme that's in place, the coordinator right now, that Schuler, it's clear it is not in line with what the skill set and the talent is on this current team. He hasn't been able to put it in place, and I love to be able to comment on that and just share some other things schematically, and just to share what fans that's not living in the state of South Carolina would like to say in regards to the team and the coaching. And number 632-2301.
Oh, you don't need to.
Yeah,
we don't need to hear that.
I didn't. Yeah, sorry.
All right, Gamecock. Oh, good stuff. We don't need to have people
That
call
should be
it Willie.
cut. Yeah.
I'm not trying to dox you there, Willie. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Do not include your telephone number. I already have it. Thank you.
Yes. No, I think Willie speaks for the overwhelming majority. The scheme is just it's not conducive to what you have. It's an NFL looking scheme that doesn't typically play well in college football. It's certainly not what you would run with a Lenore Sellers in a perfect situation. Look, it's been a miss. I don't think there's any two ways about it. It's been a swing and a miss. And I don't know if any of us were overly critical of the hire when it was made. I just kind of assumed that they would do a lot of what they did last year with Dal Loggins, and Shula would be a quarterback coach and also run a similar scheme. I was wrong.
Me too.
I was 100% wrong, and I will gladly.
I apologize.
Yeah,
Yes.
I mean, we were all wrong, and
It's shocking.
I appreciate the call. I'm not if he's listening right now. I'm not shortchanging you. I feel like we just went over that a little bit ago, and it's right in line with everything that's already been discussed. So
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the calls are more of the same, right? I mean, everybody's mad, and we give you an opportunity to vent here on ITG.
Yeah, I'm glad to hear from somebody. I'm tired of talking about. Glad to hear from somebody else. I mean, how many times can the four of us say the same thing? Like
a lot.
Well, we have. We can do it for another month at least, right?
I've got my pitch counter up here that it's run out of numbers.
Who's in the bullpen?
All right, we got one more, Phil. Is that one more?
Well, we've got the big three-parter from Big E. If we want to go through Big E's,
how about can you go through one part of Big E's?
Yeah, we'll start off with what Big E's got here.
We can go. We can do the other two on our show.
That's true. We'll hit part one of Big E now.
No, I don't want JC getting any of this. All three, mine. No, I'm just kidding.
Golly.
We signed an exclusive deal.
Somebody's been hanging out with young twin girls all weekend.
Yeah, right. 100%. He called me corn blue. I mean, no.
All right, which you got? Okay.
What's up, guys? Gonna try this Gamecock Graffiti out. You can call me Big E. I'm from the upstate like Phil, but I live directly in enemy territory. And just for the record, I'm no expert. I coached 2 years of varsity wide receivers, and I was a starting quarterback for 3 years. But just wanted to give my thoughts of the Gamecock offense. It's a big topic of discussion right now. But honestly, I'm just kind of sick of watching the lack thereof of offensive production since Beamer took over. Apart from a few games here and there, and sorry if I ramble a little bit, but some points I want to go through. But number one, why is the offense bad under Beamer? Like, is it him? Is he trying to implement his beliefs and trying to put handcuffs on the offensive coordinator? Because this is number 4 offensive coordinator technically that's called plays, and it hasn't worked. Is it his hires? You just keep hiring bad people until Dal Loggins towards the end of his tenure as OC. But the one thing I see is you gotta adapt and find what works. The guy speaking of Beamer, came from Lincoln Riley and has been around some good offenses over his years. So I'm just shocked he hasn't said enough is enough. I'm going to change what I believe in or get someone who can put points up on the board. Number 2, with this year's system and play calling, if your players can't execute your system, you have to change what you're doing to make up for your deficiencies. So I get your offensive line is struggling, injuries has decimated the team. But if you already know that, you have to have a plan to help them out. You have to have a plan to make up for your deficiencies. So if you know they can't, you got backup offensive linemen in at the 2-yard line against Oklahoma, one of the best defenses in the nation. Don't just line up and try to expect them to block a halfback dive right up the middle. Like, you got to get a little creative when you have deficiencies like that. Number 2, or a second point to this point, can Sellers operate a pro-style system? From what I've seen, he has really struggled putting handcuffs on him. So trying to run Mike Shula's offense, it hasn't worked. And you keep expecting this guy to, make the right reads, and he's just not doing it. So you got to find something that works for your quarterback. And can we block a pro-style system? Obviously, our offensive line has struggled. We got to find a way to get out of this. I'm going to do it this way. We're going to do it this way. We're going to have this pro-style system. We just got to get out of it.
That's the part one, right, Phil, of 3. Okay,
part one. So we got part 2 and 3 coming up.
Well, first and foremost, let's address this. Big E. He went by Big E, right?
Big E.
I would say I think he discredited himself a little bit. We'll start there.
Yeah.
I think he knows a little bit more than he probably. That was very kind of him to present it that way. I don't know what he's, in my opinion, said that wouldn't be correct. I mean, your job as a coach, when you're in charge of anything in football or basketball or baseball, is to figure out some sort of plan and some sort of way around the deficiencies that you have in that time, right? So maybe the deficiencies that you have now didn't exist at the beginning of the year. Maybe they did exist, whatever the case is. I think he hit the nail on the head with that. Okay, we got a bunch of backup linemen in here. We haven't been able to sustain 3 and 4 seconds all year long anyways for our quarterback to be able to let go of the football. What are we going to do to move it that is going to allow these guys to perform at a higher level in which they can at this point in time? So I think he's exactly right about that. The question about Beamer, I think that Shane had an idea of what he wanted his offense to look like, and he's tried to stay in that arena and just continue to improve it, and then have an identity that this is what they're going to do at South Carolina. But I think the problem falls in the fact that offense is very difficult to continue to improve if you don't have the same face and voice behind it year in and year out. If you're going to have to replace that every few years with a guy who gets, or a couple years, it's not going to work. I think that's proven itself. So if he's ever learned anything, this is what he has just learned. This ain't going to work. We need to throw it in the trash can, and we need to go get something that's much more flexible year in and year out based on the talent that we have. I digress to the panel.
I want to get JC's thoughts on this.
Well, my whole question about it is if not Mike Shula, who? And then I did some research into Mike Fury, and I don't know if what I haven't nailed down is, did he dial them up at Limestone? Everybody's going to be like, Limestone, that's not the SEC. No. It's better to have coached at Limestone in college and done some things than it is to have coached for the Dallas Cowboys and try to come back and do all that crap. All right, we've seen high school coaches be more successful, go to college. And, Gus Malzahn's an example of that. There's Art Briles is an example of that. Chad Morris, when he went to Clemson, Chad Morris's offense is still working at Virginia. It's like old Morse code, like at Independence Day. Anyway, so I went back and looked, and they talk about the NFL. They're like, well, this is kind of similar to Mike Mart's greatest show on turf with the Rams, right? But if you can teach kids at Limestone to do it, I mean, it's obviously they're not doing anything complicated. So, I looked at it and I'm like, man, they're running deep cross. Look, Spurrier's offense out there. I went and looked at some Limestone. They scored 74 points in a game against, and they're talking about his philosophy, and it was like, well, we just want to score a bunch of points. Well, I think that's great. I don't think you are going to score a bunch of points in the SEC these days. Nobody really is, unless they play a team that doesn't play defense like Arkansas or Tennessee. But you need enough, right? Just enough. I mean, Oklahoma's offense by design is a modified air raid that has produced Bailey Zapp, Cam Ward, and now John Mateer. They're not scoring but in the 20s, but you know what? They get enough, don't they? And they're not hamstringing themselves, right? And that's what South Carolina is doing, is they're hamstringing themselves with all this mess. And so Mike Fury, to me, and people are like, well, you can't put in a whole new system. No, but look, there's plays in the playbook. We see it on the first drive every single game. There are plays. I mean, everybody's got a 2-minute offense, don't they? Everybody runs spread. Everybody has a little ring. I mean, I don't think you have to blow up the playbook. I think you have to call it different. And like I said, I've been going through this theory of mine. In the NFL, we said this off the air before JC and Morgan, me and Mad Dog, and I've told you guys this. In the NFL, you go out and you try to hit them. Boom, 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 first drive, right? Well, then in that league, everybody adjusts. They're too good. They're all great athletes. You know, you're one of the best athletes in the world. Even on like the damn Jets, you're not gonna be able to. There's some things in the NFL that you don't do because it's very, very risky, right? And so you start running the ball, and then it's like this big chess game. You're setting up things here, there, yonder. If you can go score 26 points, Chuck Oliver told me this during an interview before the Virginia Tech. You know, I've talked to somebody. NFL guys are just like, hey, if we can score 25 points and get 300 yards, that's a great day, because it is. College isn't about that. College is about attack, attack, attack. How many times did Steve Spurrier, since we're bringing him up, or even Mike Bobo, you know, you spot the weakness in the defense and you attack, attack, attack until they stop it. That's what Oklahoma did on Saturday. Eventually, Clayton White adjusted. But what they do every third down, they got one-on-one coverage, man coverage with Judge Collier, and he couldn't cover their guy. You know, Carolina couldn't stop the little crease run on the inside and the bounce out. So, look, I mean, that's the deal, okay? You know, that's college football compared to the NFL. Now, there's other things you can do to complicate it, like what Satterfield did, which is try to have an NFL game plan every week. That's not what's happening here. It's the calls in the game and the way it's being called and the strategery, so to speak, is the in-game thing. So if you have another play caller that says, no, we're just going to go, you know, not necessarily even go fast, but we're going to attack these weaknesses until they stop it. I'm not worried about setting something up in the fourth quarter because we may never get there. There is no tomorrow. You know, then I think it may serve them well. And then in college too, you have to admit when your weaknesses. If you can't block, don't require these big long blocks to be held. And, you know, don't run it up the middle all the time. You know, loosen it's all about the box. College football is a lot about the box. We hear the box. Carolina's got more guys in the box on defense that they run right into than I've ever seen in a college. I mean, I don't know if I've ever seen this. There's nothing to be done to spread it out and get guys out. And look, in the NFL, you just kind of say, well, the box is the box, whatever. But I think that, to me, that's my theory. And after kind of bouncing this off a couple of coaches I know, I think that's what's happening here. And it's not really Mike Shula's fault. That's what he's done. It's all he knows. You know, the head coach and other people have to say, hey, man, you know, hey, remember when John Hoke came back and was going to fix the defense after being in the NFL for 12 years? Remember what a disaster that was? Hey, remember Steve Wilkes was the D coordinator at Missouri a couple of years ago? That's a damn good defensive coordinator for the National Football League. But guess how many points they gave up to Josh Heupel? Like 50 in the first half. Because it's a different style of football.
The other thing I would just add to that is that play calling is a rhythm.
Yes.
You know, it's not just like I steal the barbecue sauce formula for some guy and then I just take the ingredients and I call play after play after play what's written on a sheet. The good play callers, the great play callers, they sense a rhythm, what's working, and everybody's in a flow, and you've got the defense on their heels, and you're countering, you're doing. I haven't sensed much of that at all this year. Mm-mm. There's just like
outside of the first drives, for some reason they're good
right.
there. And I didn't say NFL because in the NFL you don't really go back to it until later. You kind of say, "Yeah, secret. It's a little secret now." You know, my God. I mean, everything in that building right now is a state secret. Even stuff that's very frivolous, like the uniforms. I mean, so you know, you're not fooling anybody. You're right, Mike. Rhythm.
They haven't fooled anybody in a long time. That's for sure.
Well, it's just like good play, and then let's follow it up with 3 runs up the middle against a heavy box, which is what JC's talking about, where the numbers don't add up. It's not in your favor. And in the NFL, you can take a 2-yard run, be like, that's okay, we got him on 2nd and 8. This offense, it ain't good on 2nd and 3rd and long. You don't have a great passing attack for a myriad of reasons. So you better figure out ways on 1st down to be productive. And then, for God's sake, when you get first and goal from the 1, Lenoris under center, run. No shotgun, no giving it off to a tailback, with all due respect to Faison. I like the running backs, but man, he's 6'3", 240, squats 555. Can we not get him in the A-gap to get a little push, get a little touchdown right there?
Well, and if you are going to go in the shotgun, at least spread it out and give yourselves a crease to get in the end zone somewhere. I mean,
it's even in the shotgun, they're like, you look and it's like, what are you? They're real tight. And
they're all right there.
It's like rugby, dog.
I do disagree with Mike a little bit, though. Third and long, when they're 3rd and 30 plus, Mike, they're actually pretty good. They've converted a couple of those, and they've gotten close on a couple others. So
that is true. I don't know if you want to live with that formula, but yes, more 3rd and 30s. Just bring them on down and see what happens.
I mean, so they caught Oklahoma with the fullback dive the other day, right? In the NFL, they're gonna be like, all right, jerk off linebacker, you're going to watch the fullback next time or you're getting benched and fined and fired and cut. You know, in college, Brent Venables is still sitting there trying to guess the play and steal the signals. You're going to you can catch them in that. You can catch them in that again, you know, because they're still not going to. I mean, college it's totally different, but you never saw it again. You know, probably could have done it down.
It was worth one run down there at the goal line, in my opinion. I'm like, just
Oklahoma's so aggressive. The fullback is closer to the line of scrimmage. He wiggles through. There's green grass, right, against that defense. And everybody, you should know. I know that. You know that. No, you don't want that. No. Do you? I'm doing a little Denzel Washington. I just, you know, but they never went back to it. They never went back to the reverse with where was fake the jet sweep to Nick Harbor and then chunk it down the field. Where was that?
Yeah, hey, that jet sweep the other day worked because Nick Harbor's fast, not because it worked. They flat out missed 2 guys on the edge there, but
I know. But yeah, we'll let's fake it next time.
But it goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, JC. If you have better players, that's the whole name of the game. I mean, the most infamous player-designed game plan in the history of South Carolina football is going to be celebrated on Saturday at Williams-Brice Stadium. Steve Spurrier walked into that locker room and said, well, Alshon, you're going to get the ball a lot tomorrow. Well, Coach, they got the top corner in college football covering him. Yeah, and our guy's better. And I'll be damned if he wasn't right. I mean, he just identified it and said, I don't care how good they say this kid is. My guy is better. We're throwing him the ball.
You don't have an Alshon Jeffrey here.
No, that's not what I'm talking about.
No, I'm trying to back up your point. I think I was backing up your point. Maybe I wasn't. But you don't have a guy that every 50-50 ball is really a 90-10 ball because Alshon was that good. I don't see. That's not Nick Harbor.
No, that's not what I'm getting at. I'm getting at, like, he was the best player on the field, and Steve Spurrier knew it. And he knew that the guy covering him, as good as everybody thought he was, wasn't better than him. So where is the guy on this team that is finding the best player, like we were talking about 2 hours ago, and identifying a matchup that they can go attack? They don't have that. Doesn't exist at South Carolina right now. That's what they got to figure out.
Well, a mystery suspension happened to one of the potential players that could have filled that role here last week.
And that was unfortunate. But that look,
he'll be back.
You have the best player on the field, your quarterback, and you're asking him to try. And look, I'll be honest. I know he's not infallible, but when you put him in this system, he's going to look bad. Their plays, even when the game was in doubt, this dude drops back. He's about 7, 8, probably an 11-yard loss had he gotten sacked. Escapes somehow, and then runs for a first down. He's still out there making plays. Why do you do this to him? Yeah. Especially if you have we heard about all the injuries on the offensive line. Well, then why are you still running these slow developing pass plays and running it up the middle? I mean, they're coming. You know, we saw in the Clemson game last year, what you can do with him against a defense that's overly aggressive. Where was Oklahoma's very aggressive on defense? We're going to use that against them. I think Steve Spurrier would have been like, all right, well, we're just going to run that little pattern over the middle and just hit it. I mean, dude, and that's college football, though, guys. That's what I'm trying to say. NFL, you can't do that because they're going to adjust. There are no real weaknesses. Maybe you'll have a great player you want to get in one-on-one coverage or whatever, but they're going to adjust or whatever. But I remember the Missouri game in 2013 when they put Connor Shaw in. That was an aggressive defense. Spurrier keeps throwing it over the middle to Mike Davis 4 or 5 straight times. They didn't stop it. College football is a run it till they stop it thing. And then guess what? We're going to fake it and then kill you down the field.
Well, it's like, too, Mike, you said this yesterday, and you're exactly right about it. I can't remember where you said you saw. I mean, I saw it and watching it in the game. But, I mean, it was like 3rd and 4, and they snapped the ball to Sellers. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Everybody's 30 yards downfield, and you're like, I thought it was 3rd and 4. Like, you know what I mean? There's nobody in the middle of the field.
No, I mean, that one, there's a lot of those that just don't, the play call doesn't make sense. And then, again, you have limited, same thing on Saturday. You're going to have limited windows where the play works and the receiver's open. You better hit them, because if you don't cash in on those, you're going to be cooked against Alabama. Here's a dumb question. Has a Carolina tight end caught a touchdown all year? And if not, find me another team in FBS that hasn't had a single touchdown reception to a tight end. Maybe the service academies?
Oh, God, that's a good question, Mike.
I don't think there's a single one.
No.
Find me another FBS program where a tight end has.
Maurice Brown hadn't scored a touchdown.
Well, and coming off of a season in which your tight end led the team.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they have a good group.
I realized Dingle was open on the interception against Vandy, but there's been such little opportunity for scoring. I think things like that get magnified. But like Mike was talking about with me and Phil earlier today, that was a bad deal. Lenore's came off of his primary read and all that. But I've said before, he shouldn't have to be perfect, and you've got to do things to help him. Yeah. I mean, everybody keeps talking about we got to be better around him. Now you got to coach better around him.
Right.
Coach.
Wouldn't it make sense to call that can be an easy pass play. If you get a tight end on a linebacker, I like the tight ends on this team. I think they're pretty good. You could do worse than going to Hunt and Dingle.
Poor Jordan Dingle's in another offense. They don't use him, man.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you get in the red zone, would that not be a little option? Just throwing that out there.
No, shouldn't be an option.
Okay, fair enough.
Kind of like Brady Hunt the other day.
Anti-tight ends.
Brady Hunt lined out wide on the 4-yard line when they're in the red zone the first time, and they got a corner out there. There's 5'10" covering him. I watched him walk to the sideline, like where the students are, and I'm sitting here thinking, well, that's 87, and that's Harbor inside, and Harbor's 7 inches taller than this guy, and he's 7 inches. Just throw one of them the ball.
Oh,
run it up the
middle. I don't know how. Is there another team in college football that doesn't have a tight end with a touchdown reception? I don't know.
Kennesaw State. Actually, they're pretty good this year. All right. I got to get out of here. I got some things to do. Got some meetings to get to, but I love seeing you guys. Wonderful episode of Gamecock Graffiti today.
Appreciate all the calls. We'll keep that going. We love hearing from some different voices out there. And we'll get back to that next week, too.
Those who are going to be tonight at the Colonial Life Arena at 7 o'clock for the basketball tip-off event with Waka Flocka Flame. I don't even know if I've ever heard his music, but I know people like him.
Is he performing at the Super Bowl?
He is. No, I don't think that's the guy that's going to be at the Super Bowl.
Oh, okay.
But
he doesn't open for Bad Bunny?
No. I think that would be Good Bunny who's opening for Bad Bunny.
Okay.
But should be a fun event tonight with the men and the women there. So everybody enjoy it. If you don't know about it, now you know. Know he's half the battle.
You know.
Go to GamecocksOnline.com and get that. Get your seats. Get your seats. Mike, we'll see you Thursday.
Yeah, man.
Right.
Fab 5, ready to go.
Yeah.
Or in the case of JC, it'll be a Fab 10.
Well, that's a good point. Yeah. So he never submitted picks last week? Oh,
No,
sweet
just,
mother.
Just happens. Like
Phil's
that.
going to find a couple of FCS games.
That's right.
I should have to do that. I should have to pick FCS or WAC or there's no WAC anymore, or like Conference USA, just so because it's not fair. You can't give me games I know anything about.
Charlotte minus the 3.5 against Southern Miss. JC, go.
I screwed it up, right?
JC, if you're not going to take this,
we'd have to do it today.
If you're not going to take this relationship seriously, what do you expect from us?
This does sound like something in couples therapy.
What do you want me to do?
All I ever do is ask him to take out the trash. That's
Tell
all.
him how that makes you feel.
I cook dinner. You take out the trash and
all
walk
you
the
had
dog
to-
every now and then.
All we asked you to do was roll over and write 5 names on a sheet of paper and send it to us. I think he's tuned us out. He's
overfun. That's right.
I'm sorry. I got a big spur storm that I thought I needed. No, yeah, I'll write
It's been a
5 on
hurricane
paper.
for the last 96 hours. You can't.
Well,
stop.
no.
All you can do is evacuate, JC.
Lucky for me, the site was down yesterday. Amazon Web Services had a major outage, and it affected 24/7 sports. So
it's a blessing.
Till like 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, I was big spur free. Everybody was. So I couldn't get on.
It's not a storm.
Nah,
man.
it's okay. I mean, it hasn't been that bad.
They've all got the answers.
There you go.
All right,
boys.
see you all tomorrow.
Avocado time.
Mm-hmm.
I should not have screamed in terror that fine day. Saw that purple wig and did not know what to say. It left me sort of startled and confused. Red lips and white makeup and those big old red shoes. But my daddy tore a knot in me for being so damn rude. He said, son, don't you know that clowns are people too? Clowns are people too. Big red shoes. Clowns are people too. Don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. I started watching Bozo and warmed to the movie It. Killer Clowns from Outer Space to me was a big hit. Some people like McDonald's because of Mayor McSheese. But Ronald is my homeboy now, and Krusty and Pinky. Clowns are people too, big red shoes. Clowns are people too, don't be rude. If you weren't a bit lucky, then this could easily be you. I met your mom when she was up on that old trapeze. What can I say but hey, I had a thing for circus freaks. Clowns are people too. Clowns are people too. Now I own some tiny horns and got me those red shoes. I don't know much, but know one thing that's true. If you don't know anything, just know that clowns are people too.
Welcome to Inside the Gamecocks, the show, part of the Chief Sports Network.
Mad Dog's upstate raised and reared up near the tater patch. He flirted with that upstate team, now bleeds garnet and black. It's been almost almost 2 decades since JC started Big Spur. He may live outside of Chicago, but he's all Spartanburg. It's the show, the Gamecock Show. ITG, Phil and JC, it's the show. It's fun and entertainment, but also information, things you cannot get on radio. It's the show. Gather around, all you Gamecocks, it's the show. The show. Let's go. JC and Mad Dog Mully on the Gamecock Show.
Welcome in, everybody. It is Inside the Gamecocks, the show, firing off here on a terrible Tuesday. Phil, Mad Dog Mullinax, JC Sherbert over there. We were just wrapped up with some Gamecock Graffiti. Don't forget, give us a call on our voicemail line, 803-250-1297. 803-250-1297 is how to get in touch with us. Keep it short, about a minute and a half at the most. It'll only let you do 3 minutes, and that gets a little long when we're playing it on the air. But we'd love to hear from you. Don't forget, drop your name and town, just first name and town. It doesn't even have to be real. Just give us something to go on. That way we can, call you by something other than some alliterative name that I put together based on your area code and exchange, which I will do. Because there's not really a Pete and Pelzer, but he didn't leave his name. But I called him Pete and Pelzer because he was in 864-942. But there we are.
Pete
Welcome
and Pelzer.
man. Yeah, Pete and Pelzer.
It is a terrible Tuesday here on Inside the Gamecocks, the show. And, we're glad to be here. Hope everybody caught coffee this morning. It's an hour and 12 minutes. Touched on a lot of things. And for those that didn't catch it, if you're a BigSpur.com member, I got into a lot of the same things on the BigSpur.com for VIP members today. Yeah, so lots to talk about. Nana Sports chat box is always rocking and rolling. Looking forward to Wide Open Wednesday tomorrow, Phil.
Yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm sure there'll be plenty of thoughts in Wide Open Wednesday.
Yeah, we got some funny stuff too to play today. No poll today. What poll am I going to put out on the
That's
Big
right.
Spur that's going to make any sense? I mean, I may get into Alabama stuff. We'll start talking Alabama a little tomorrow and probably latter part of the show today. I think they're awfully good. Somebody in the chat box earlier said that wait till they see Ryan Grubb and Kalen DeBoer's offense. That's still Kalen DeBoer's offense, by the way. I don't know that Jalen Milroe is always the best at doing what they want. They're more of a passing, but boy, their passing game's awfully good. I mean, and if it's man, he's going to hit the guy. If it's zone, they find the holes. It's going to be a beast. And when you're not scoring any points, that gets concerning. I mean, Carolina's pass rush, they're going to have to get after Ty Simpson. And, but their defense, since DeBoer's been there, they do struggle with dual threat quarterbacks. And normally, a few weeks ago, before, where I think we were all still thinking things would get better on offense, they didn't. I think I kind of looked at this game and went, well, they sometimes on the road against non-ranked teams, they don't play their best, and that's what you got to hope for. Is their offense is kind of off, and sometimes they struggle with dual threat quarterbacks. Their defense under Kane Womack does, but this just isn't setting up well because I think Alabama's offense is good enough, Phil, to get points.
Yeah,
probably in the high 20s, low 30s. Against South Carolina. That's nothing against South Carolina's defense. I'm sure they'll play spirited and I hope they have a great game plan. But it is. I've watched a lot of them this year, and it is hard to stop this guy because he's not like this big runner, right? It's not like Diego Pavia or even Mateer. What he does is avoid pressure in the pocket, keeps his eyes downfield, and then soup.
Yeah,
somebody breaks open.
Soup. And it's not even Ryan Williams. I mean, that's the other
rarely
thing.
off. Yeah, it's not even Ryan Williams. It's a lot of the other guys. And so Carolina's going to have a good defensive game plan. I don't want to harp on the defense too much. I was disappointed with how they started the game. I mean, Oklahoma basically lined up and ran the ball and then completed passes in man coverage and that happened in the first half. They did adjust. Oklahoma started 5 for 7 on third down. I think ended 3 for 10. So it got better. I mean, like it normally does. Clayton White will make adjustments and stuff, but it's just one of those things. Rooster's worried about Proctor. He's interesting. They'll throw him passes, hand him the ball. He's a big freak out there. I don't know that I wouldn't get Dylan if Dylan's healthy and ready to go. Opposite Caden Proctor a little bit. And
Dylan Stewart and Brownlow Dindy. That's the double team you need on that.
What I would, if they throw him a pass, what you got to tell Judge Collar and these guys is you just got to take his legs out.
Yeah.
I mean, these people trying to hit him high. Are you joking?
You're going to bounce off that dude.
You don't hit that boy. You can't hit him high. He's a corn-fed dude from Iowa. I mean, with great feet. I mean, that guy could be the top pick in the draft. Really special player. John Edward, defense sucks, no pass rush. I don't agree with that. I think
they have some.
They do have a good pass rush. I mean, when you don't have Dylan on the field, and Oklahoma's style of offense is that modified air raid. Oklahoma's offense is a college offense first and foremost, just to make that clear. It's designed to get the ball out quick.
Yeah,
and that's what happens. I mean, Carolina,
they're not going to collect many sacks with their style, right? No,
Carolina has rushed the passer pretty well this year, I think, all things considered.
And it's just, I mean, it's I don't know. I mean, South Carolina's only giving up 20 points a game on average. Yeah. I mean, and that should be that's low enough to where you should have a lot more wins than you do. And I'll just leave it there.
I think the defenses play better than maybe some thought. I mean, remember back in the day, everybody was worried about the offense is going to have to carry the defense and score a bunch of points, and that just never happened.
No. I don't know. It's just
and when they have had a chance to get in a rhythm, it feels kind of been unfortunate. Like South Carolina State game. What in the hell was that? I mean, I know the delay and all that good stuff. They weren't ready. That's your chance to go out, get into a rhythm, open the playbook up, and march up and down the field and get your guys confident and right. Even the Kentucky game, much has been made about that long drive in the fourth quarter.
There was zero efficiency in that long drive. Yeah, you were able to do it, but you're still averaging less than 3 yards a carry on that drive.
You had a chance to score twice.
Yeah.
And at that point, you're kind of still in the hunt. And guess what? Margin of victory is like the 4th or 5th tiebreaker in the SEC. And it's Kentucky, who you have no problem running the score up on them. Right. And your offense only scored 3 touchdowns and one was on a short field after turnover. So there's been these opportunities. There's no opportunity against LSU or Missouri or Oklahoma. I mean, you got to just do your best. So, Horton, Williams, Bernard, home run hitters. Absolutely. Brewster says that there. Okay. So we've got a cringy commercial from Kmart. That we're going to play here on the other side in lieu of VHS dates. It's a short opening segment. Going to be back to catch up on the Nana Sports chat box and all that good stuff. Lance did listen to Coffee this morning.
Yeah, I was like, it dropped right as JC and Morgan was going live there right before it. I'm like, I don't have time.
YouTube took forever. I was like, and I got up early to do that. I mean, and I was
processing a video I posted last night at like 9:30. I'm like, golly, bum.
Yeah, and I'll start with Matt's. All right, so Krager's gonna have to explain this Jay Phillips thing. I don't know what's going on.
Oh, Jay Phillips diagnosed with bladder cancer.
Oh man, Jay's good people.
Yeah.
Thoughts and prayers to him. He's one of the good guys. The good guys out there, man. Goodness. Yeah, so I'm going to start with Matt's on Pat's breakdown yesterday. But first, on the other side of this break, got an old Kmart commercial that's epic. As we like to find funny stuff and humor here on Terrible Tuesday on the show. We'll be back after this.
Hey, this is Cornbread Cowboy, and you're listening to the show. We'll be right back.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The Aventon Adventure 2 takes the same basic design as the original Aventon Adventure, making it an adventure bike designed to take you places that typical roads just don't reach, allowing you to ride whatever terrain you want based on your whims of the day. Look at what you're getting. Hydraulic disc brakes, torque sensor for responsive pedal assist, great LED lighting, suspension, a beautifully welded frame with excellent build quality, included rear rack, included fenders. The list just keeps going on.
Visit electricbikescharleston.com for more.
It's football season. The Barn Dominium Company wants to help you build your dream home with your dream space to watch the games and entertain your friends and family. Make your dream a reality. Visit thebarndominiumco.com. That's thebarndominiumco.com for floor plans, photo galleries, locations, and to learn more about us.
This is Larry Leitner, owner and founder of Midstate Roofing, and for nearly 30 years, we've continued to be the proven leader in the roofing and waterproofing industry. Midstate Roofing's proven history is your assurance that our professionals at Midstate Roofing will provide the proper advice, service, and results to the needs of your facility in a manner both safe and pleasing to your operation. From high-rise to hospitals, manufacturing to industrial, Midstate Roofing designs and installs bonded systems with a protective guarantee that will keep your operation dry and running long into the future. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And this is Blake Leitner, reminding you to protect that roof with a maintenance contract. Call me today at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. That's midstateroofing.com.
You'll speak to an on-call technician after hours or a Midstate Roofing staff member during hours at 803-356-1919 or online at midstateroofing.com. And as always, tell them Midstate Twins.
If you have a leak, let Midstate Roofing take a peek.
Watch JC and Morgan every week on the Chief Sports Network. Now back to ITG.
Ship my pants. Right here? Ship my pants, you're kidding. You can ship your pants right here. You hear that? I can ship my pants for free.
Wow, I just may ship my pants.
Yeah, ship your pants. Billy, you can ship your pants too.
I can't wait to ship my pants, Dad.
I just shipped my pants, and it's very convenient.
Very convenient.
I just shipped my drawers.
I just shipped my nightie.
I just shipped my bed. Ship my pants. Right here? Ship my pants, you're kidding. You can ship your pants?
I love that. That is one of the best old school commercials right there. I remember it. As soon as JC sent it to me, I remembered it. And yes, I also, shipped my pants. Are you with us, JC? Can you hear us? No. He doesn't even have his headphones on.
I thought we were still.
We've all shipped our pants, and you just missed out.
Yeah, that's a great shipping of the pants. You kind of do that sometimes. That's kind of been my reaction to like the plan on offense this year. Hopefully it changes. I mean, look, I just don't. I mean, Carolina's been here before under Beamer, and you know, some people didn't think Dowell Loggins was all that good. I'd have had no problem if he'd have returned as the OC this year. In fact, I think it would be a much different story had he been. There was nothing. There were no play. Anybody that says that in 2023 some genius play calling was going to save that offense, they don't know. I mean, there's no football explanation for that. I do think it took him a while to kind of jive with Lenora Sellers last season. I do think he got too conservative at times. But I do think as far as a college play caller goes, you know, he was fine. There was really nothing to fix besides play better, call better plays, execute, you know, the last 2 years, right? But we saw this with Satterfield finally, you know, when it was like, all right, we're going to do this instead of that. And guess what happened? So I don't, here's my thing about Beamer and the play calling. We all believe a change should be made. I think the chances are slim and none, and Slim just walked out. That he says anything about that today, like that'll tip it off, because, you know, again, state secrets, right? You know, if Shane Beamer is going to change play callers, do you think he's going to tell everybody? No,
right? No,
of course not. He's not going to tell anybody.
Why would you?
Nobody's going to know that. And Alabama's not going to know that. You know, they don't want Kane Womack to know that. You know, so and coaches, to their credit, I mean, they're not really focused on what we're all focused on out here. Like, this was a bad idea overall. You know, everybody wants results, but what coaches are doing is they're sitting there. Well, what can we do now to be competitive now?
Yeah,
you know, and while I believe that it's very valid to say that sometimes the leash is a little too long around here under Beamer, eventually he does make changes. Right. Whether we agree with the timing or not, you know, it's not like he's just, you know, he didn't sit there and get beat 70-3 by Tennessee that night. You know, he didn't sit there and, you know, I mean, he's done it. You know, he'll do it in season. I thought the Mike Fury Limestone thing was very interesting. If somebody that follows Limestone, and we have some people that were Limestone fans, let me know if he called the plays. Because I can't find that in print, and I think I've heard that, but I can't find that in print. He's kind of an aggressive, fun guy. You know, you think his personality would and his teams move the ball. So,
you know, I don't know. Just so long as it looks like a college offense, that's all I care. I mean, it's just, we have one game.
Matt mentions Pat with one of the goal line runs. Mo was in as a fullback, and Fuller didn't follow him as the lead blocker. Mo blocked off tackle, and Fuller ran inside and got stuffed. I don't know. I don't have the answer there. That's either Mo screwed up or Matt screwed up.
Yeah, I don't know. The way Mo dodged around the end, it looked like that was what was designed for him to do, because he is not one to, I mean, he's not a guy that we have a history of missing blocks.
Yeah, it's bizarre. Rooster says, by the way, Rooster, I saw your podcast, got some good numbers this week. That's good. I'm sure there was a lot of interesting discussion. I had to check it. Lance says good coffee this morning, but also says Tuesdays are not as terrible if you just drink. I wish I could do that. I wish I could go to the bar, happy hour every single day, come home, get up what I got to do. I get up too early to do that, man. I got to get my rest. Titan's always wise. He says, Ty Simpson's not the quarterback we want to be facing this week. Ty Simpson and Gunnar Stockton may be the two best quarterbacks in the SEC. Yeah, they may be. And I'll tell you, this is why you don't base a whole lot sometimes on backup duty. You know, there are some people that think Cutter Woods should replace Lenore Sellers, you know, because that's what opinions about Gunnar Stockton and Ty Simpson were based on, and nobody gave him a chance to be better and have an off season and all that. So John Over says Ty Simpson's going to have a field day. That's reasonable going in. Doc says coffee was one of your best, JC. Even though you yell at me, I still think you're all right. Jeez. Eddie says, "Hey fellers, there's Eddie. Welcome,
Eddie. What's up?"
Matt says poll of the day over other wins for next season at 1.5. There's 2 they could get at the end out of conference. I'll admit they're going to be pretty massive underdogs. Although the lines for some reason for Alabama has dropped from 13.5 to 11.5.
Somebody get hurt?
That's what I thought. But I don't
Yeah, right. I don't know.
Rooster listened to most of coffee, but had someone wanting to talk to me while I was listening. I finally told him to leave. You need to leave.
You need to go.
Pip on a blip says I shipped my dog. The Gamecocks shipped the bed. Krager says we're scoring 38 Saturday. Dowell has flag planting problems. Clint says the difference between 2023 and this season is that the end of the season was a much easier schedule, not so much the case this year. Oh, no, Clint. No, I wasn't referencing 2023. I agree with you there. I mean, you got Jacksonville State, a bad Vanderbilt team, and a Kentucky team on its way down.
Yeah.
And then Clemson, who couldn't even score an offensive touchdown in Columbia after playing on the road at A&M, a really good Missouri team. I was talking about 2022. That's what I was talking about. There were no – they made adjustments on defense in 2023, and I thought they played pretty well. Pimp on a blimp didn't realize Carolina's playing Alabama this weekend. Chaco, why wouldn't Beamer veto or overrule the play call if it didn't work? It makes you wonder who stepped in on Satterfield play calling against Tennessee at Willie B. That was predetermined. I was told during the week that week, they're like, hey, listen, we're fixing this. And a good contact up there. And what they did was they let Satterfield could get into a rhythm calling plays. The problem was he's different. He outsmarted himself. So what they did was they said, all right, in readable type, we're going to put, not yet write real small. This is the play sheet and call from the play sheet. And honest to God, at Nebraska, when Dana Holgerson took over, that's what he said. He's like, this is the play sheet, and we're calling everything on the play sheet. We're not calling anything else. That's how college football's done. And that was the problem there is the play. It was like, I don't know. It was like, it was almost like you almost envisioned him up in the press box, like thumbing through the encyclopedia or the Bible, trying to locate, here's one. So it was crazy. Richard said, I will warn the Teal Chickens that if they beat us and try to plant the flag at Willie B, it's not going to work out well for them. The administration here may tell Coastal they're never playing them again. There's some people at higher places around the University of South Carolina that really don't like Coastal at all.
Right. Yeah.
Too much cash on Bama, Doc said. Why would you give Carolina less points then?
Yeah, I feel like it might have been a little high.
The other way.
Yeah.
I don't know.
The defense has done enough, even when they're not having the best first halves, to keep you in this game. But there's zero complimentary football being played right now, and the result of that now and will always be losses.
Yeah.
It just, you don't have to have played, you don't have to have coached, you don't have to. You just understand that there is a flow in a game, and if one side of the ball is not holding up their end of the deal, you're probably going to lose.
Perhaps. Right. Very few 3-2 games. TD asks, is Lenore Sellers healthy? He grabs his midsection when he gets hit, and his deep balls are lacking the velo he typically has. It's been like that since he got hit against Vandy. I don't know. He doesn't have time. I haven't heard anything about him not being healthy, but he's running for his life. So I don't know. It took a rough hit to the midsection against LSU. Yeah, I don't understand the desire to continue to get him beat up by being in the pocket. If he was taking a beating, running the ball downfield and getting hit in the run game, you live with it. But pocket passing things for the birds. Jacob said Bama has played 5 straight games with no bye week. Oh. Lance has got some belief, scoring 48 points this game. Latte post-game call is going to hit. He's going to call the graffiti line.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to it now. It's going to make my weekend. I already know it.
And Memphis Garcia is visiting this weekend.
Yeah.
He's a good player. He's a really, really good player down there in Tampa. Pimp says we're getting old as shit. Garcia's son's visiting this weekend. And Lauren adds, if Lenoris was injured, we'd be hearing about it. Probably so. I think Lenoris is probably frustrated, tired of running for his life. But I'll say this. I mean, the game's not in doubt. They're down 17 with about 6 minutes left. He's back there running 11 yards backward and finding a crease and darting up in there for a first down. I don't, over the summer, Beamer talked about they need to play better around him. Well, they need to coach better around him. They need to coach him in a way that makes sense. And putting him in the pocket, and then your run game is, well, if we don't take 5 guys and blow 7 guys off the ball, it has to be just right, and then we run for 4 yards or 2. Then there's no run game. It's like this. You go to a hotel, I was told you had a full service restaurant. Yeah, unless you want breakfast, there's no restful service restaurant.
No, either that or it's a Taco Bell that they got down in the basement or something.
Well, good. What do you have? What do you have for breakfast? Well, we just have breakfast sandwiches. Okay. Well, what kind of bread are they on? Plain white bread, sir. Okay. Well, I'll have a bacon, egg, and cheese. We don't have bacon.
We don't do bacon. So
unless it's egg and cheese, you're not getting fed. So unless you're slamming it up the middle and able to block 7 guys with 5, And look, I'm not trying to be facetious. I like I said, I don't. It sounds like if you guys notice, I haven't said anything about Mike Shula being. I haven't said he's an idiot. I haven't said he's a moron. I haven't said he's a bad coach. I haven't said he doesn't know what he's doing. I don't have any problem. He's in a bad spot because he's just doing what he knows how to do, and that doesn't work, obviously. So. What do you do?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not mad at him. By the way, did the protest ever happen, Phil?
Oh, that 3:00 today is what that's set up for. 3:00. 3:00. We'll have somebody have to let us know. To the protest. I know. Come on. What good is that going to do? None. Everybody at the top is well aware of how unsettled and unsatisfied the fan base is right now. But yeah, go ahead. I mean, if y'all want to march down Green Street,
I said this today. I was like,
take it right on into 5 Points and enjoy your evening.
I was like, look, man, it's America. Everybody has a right to protest and do whatever they want. It's college. College is all about. College has been that way since the 60s, man. I just think that when you point out one, like I said about Mike Shula, I think that gets real personal. And I don't, like I said, why are you protesting him specifically? Why don't you protest Shane Beamer? He's the one that made the decision to hire him. And he's the one, if they don't change things up, that makes the calls to do that. To me, it's kind of a cop-out. A guy that's doing the best he can. It's okay to protest. I'm not mad at him. I mean, is that going to help Carolina beat Alabama miraculously this weekend? No.
No, probably not.
At the same time, I can appreciate the students. And again, I wrote this, I said it on coffee. It gets back to money and resources, right? Resources are a big topic these days in our society. you guys are the ones funding this whole thing, right? It's a state-supported school. I realize tax money doesn't go to athletics. It's kind of self-funded. But look, you're asked to do more and more and more and more and more and spend all this money on tickets and give money to Garnet Trust, which I would continue to do because that goes to the players. And I don't care who the coach is. If you don't take care of your players, you're not getting any players. That has nothing to do with Beamer and coaching decisions and all that. Gamecock Club donations, stuff like that. Yeah, that kind of, I get that. But that's just my opinion on it. But you're asked to give to NIL. You're asked to support this. You're asked to support that. You're asked to give money. People are, asked to spend $7 million on a suite. Those of us that could never afford that, unless you financed it for 30 years, or 50. I'll pay you 2 hamburgers and a swift kick in the nads every day for 1,000 years. Okay.
Rochambeau you for it.
Oh, people are being asked to do this. And like I said on coffee, there's probably $40 million a year worth of salary between player and NIL with the players, coaches, staff, all that go into the Steve and Jerry Spurrier indoor every day, or go onto the practice field every day. And where does that money come from? It comes from all of you. Whether or not you're giving that amount, some give more than their others. You're giving your time, you're giving your support. You're the reason there's eyeballs on the TV. If everybody just wants college football to become this television product, you do want to become the NFL and price everybody out. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can't go to the NFL game these days. But those are entertainment. I mean, it's all entertainment fundamentally. But those are entertainment entities in major metropolitan areas. What makes college football special is not that. What makes college football special is it exists in places like Columbia or Starkville or Athens. And then it exists in places like downtown LA with Southern Cal. And it exists right outside of Detroit and Ann Arbor. And it exists in Cebus, Ohio. And it exists out on the farm on Iowa City. It exists in a place like Columbia, Missouri. Shout out Queen of the Cocks. It exists in the Rocky Mountains in Provo, Utah. Down the desert, Tempe, in Phoenix. I mean, it's special because of the communities that it touches. Those communities are not high roller Manhattan private jet setting, head flying sons of a gun across the board. There are some boosters, right? So if you're so it's a sacrifice, Phil.
Yeah.
Sacrifice that everybody makes because they love the team. It's part of their DNA. It's part of their family. It's about family. And if you're going to ask everybody to sacrifice, then you can't be like Bud Kilmer from West Canaan High School.
Right. Yeah.
And the coach comes in here as a dictator. And he gets mad whenever he's above reproach and can't be questioned. And that's not just Shane Beamer, it's everybody. Because you have a fiduciary duty to those that allow that $40 million to walk on the field every day. And whether you give $2 or $2 million, you're a part of that. And it's fundamentally unfair to all of you at this point, with you being asked to do more, with some of you being priced out of your seats and all that, or moved from the seats you and your family have sat in for years. Okay, that's great. Progress is great. But when there's a disaster on the field and when there is a decision made that has caused the entire thing to collapse on one side of the ball with one of the most talented, with the most talented quarterbacks ever to play here, and things that you thought were a concern weren't that big of a deal, and you're actually better on defense than you thought. I mean, and we've seen it for 5 years. Yeah, questions need to be asked.
Yeah.
And you deserve answers.
And the questions need to be answered. That's the other thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all in their time and place, but ultimately all the valid questions that are getting asked right now need to be answered.
Yeah, I mean, and I talked about this on the site, and I didn't say this on coffee. I didn't think how I took that was not necessarily snapping at Jack Veltri. My feeling was he's snapping at the fan base, because that's the first thing anybody in the fan base would have asked.
Yeah,
again,
that felt personal when
whether
he
you
did,
let, whether you give $2 or $2 million or whatever, that was your answer you got about something that's been an absolute disaster all year. Now, with all that said, do I think a protest of the OC is a good look for the university? No, I wouldn't have done it. I don't think it's productive. Not that students shouldn't have a voice, you know. Another thing about it is the University of South Carolina, Phil, is 98% all of us. That's why there's the Gamecocks. It's because the University of South Carolina.
Right.
Okay. What is that? It's 98.5% all of us. It's only like 1.5% of the current players and coaches. Okay. So let's not act like, you know, only the people in the building have ownership of this thing, because I can guarantee you after every one of them is gone, the other 98.5% will still be here.
Yeah, we're still going to be here, right?
And hopefully not picking up the pieces of another failed coaching hire and regime that was close to succeeding. We'll be back after this.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive hit programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit charlestonfitnessequipment.com.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia Rock Hill.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit chefwilliamturner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. chefwilliamturner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
you see. If you ram it just right, you can ram it all night.
Yeah.
Let's ram it right now with the LA Ram. Hollywood handsome, Dodge City tough. If you throw it my way, it's gonna get rough. I like to ram it, as you can see. Nobody likes ramming any more than me. Ram it. We know how to ram it. Let's ram it. We know how to ram it. We'll be rocking LA. So let's ram it today. Let's ram it. This is limousine winning, my moves are like dreams. They call me the demon on special teams. I know how to rock from the toes to the head. When I pull the trigger, I'll knock you dead. Hey, ram it. About me, we're here to ram it, you see. If you ram it just right, you can ram it all night.
Bro, that's from 1986. They finished 10-6 and second in the West.
10-6.
I think they got fired up after the Super Bowl shuffle.
That's what I was going to say. It's like, this is coming off the heels of the Super Bowl shuffle right here.
Clint asked because this Bartowski was the quarter. Dickerson was on that team as the running
Dickerson,
back.
yeah.
I don't know about young blood, but listen, I mean, let's ram it. That could be the theme song for the 2025 South Carolina offense.
Right.
They just ram it right up the middle the whole time.
Ram it. Somebody should hack the video board. And
so were there no players available again today? Were there players? I guess there were players.
No, yeah, I'll tell you what. So I have been and thank
update,
you.
man.
Shout out to David Cloninger from Post and Courier for doing his updates. But Rodney Newsom, Tree Babalade, and Boaz, all of them appeared today. I'm going to go back and watch this now. But Tree is like, we're not playing good right now. It's about pride, to be honest. And he was like, the technique, not going to point one person out, but it was all on them.
On somebody else?
All on somebody for screwing something up.
I wonder
for the short yardage goal line situations. Why did they not work yesterday? And his answer was the technique, not going to point one person out, but it was all on them. And then Boaz Stanley came up to the podium and apparently is still confused about something. I don't know. I can't.
Was he confused? No, I wouldn't let him talk to the media.
No, he does not need to speak to the media.
No,
nor does he need to be the center. But
I don't understand that either.
I don't understand.
They didn't make it. They didn't have the. I mean, I guess they got the penalties out of them.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say this at the risk of him turning his season around and just being, like an all-pro center from here on out. Don't go into the portal and get young married guys who don't have children.
Didn't he just get married?
Yeah, or expecting to get married guys, don't do that. There's no need to give them wedding presents in the form of dollars out of your coffers when they don't have any skin in the game. They're just, it's tough. It's tough to be married early and try to figure things out in a marriage without the distraction of football. And football's hard enough without having the distraction of marriage. If you're settled in with a couple of children, that's different because then you have an alternate form of motivation. Yes. Then you're like, oh my goodness, I got to keep this whole family afloat. But maybe we should avoid some of these older guys who are engaged or about to get married and just keep them, let them go somewhere else.
Well said, Phil. Well said.
Big analysis right there. Big analysis.
Dr. Phil there. I guess Beamer said they're not far off from where they want to be. Okay. Doc says, truly a sad state of affairs. It's so hard to let it go this time. He had the team on fire. Many OCs would have jumped at this job last season. Nope. Keep a guy that isn't an OC. On paper, though, I didn't have a problem with it, but I think we all thought, everybody that was thought that you just keep it going, continuity. I agreed with that, but this isn't continuity. They're not doing what they did last year. I mean, you say they're running the same plays. You hear that, but sometimes it's like when you call them, and when I'm sure stuff's still in the playbook. That's why I said you're not reinventing the wheel if you have stuff in the playbook. I mean, we've seen it. It's in the playbook, dude. I mean, I don't know.
Yeah.
Michael adds, Beamer says he's making changes every week. We don't see it. Let's get back to this protest thing.
Oh, Case and Henry won't play this week and probably won't return this season.
I feel very bad for him.
I do too, man. He has been riddled with
injured. He's playing his best ball too.
No doubt.
I mean, really. I mean, he takes a lot of crap, but he played really well this year until that injury. Went out on the first play again against Missouri.
No.
Second time this year. Second time he's had a serious injury on the first play of the game. I just heartbreaks for that guy.
Yeah, I hate that. Yeah. And then the feed and the microphone all cut out mysteriously. So let's talk about this protest, Phil. We'll go back to that here in a second. So I had this thought. So what if things just got really weird? Maybe this could be like a R-rated SEC shorts. And look, I agree with Lauren in the chat box said, well, sometimes if you won't change, you need to go protest, and she doesn't have a problem with it. That's fine too. Like, this is America, man. Yeah.
I'm not gonna be one of these people who's like, don't protest. Would I have done it? Do I think it's helpful? No. But it's America, and you have the right to do it. And again, the University of South Carolina is a public institution. It belongs to the people of South Carolina and the thousands of alums and stakeholders and people that care. It does not belong to the football program or the football coach.
No.
Okay. So I want to just be clear that I support it. Would I have done it? No. Do I think it's a little much? Yeah. Do I think it's misguided? Yes. But what if everybody's protesting and let's say they're doing it in front of the long opera. Shane walks out in a robe with a scepter and a bag.
Oh, gosh.
And he looks out at everyone, regally with his crown on, like a Game of Thrones. And he just pulls Mike Shula's head out of the bag.
Throws it into the crowd.
we live in society, people. There are rules.
That's right.
Because that's what some people want.
Right. No, I mean, yeah, they want to see this guy, tarred, feathered, and run out of Columbia on a rail,
I'm joking. I would cry. I'd become a Clemson fan if that happened. That's never going to happen, obviously.
No.
So
this is a bit
make
more
believe
than we tend to comport ourselves.
Sometimes JC, after Mr. McFeely comes by and delivers the mail, we get the trolley and go to Make Believe Land or whatever the hell it was called.
The two of us have very vivid imagination.
Yes.
If you haven't figured that out in 3 years.
I on the break, I was thinking about it, like, that would be hilarious. All right. Jesus. I would create that on AI, but I think I would get in trouble. Like I said, I'm not attacked. I don't think it's Mike Shula's fault.
No,
I really don't. Somebody's got to tell him. I mean, does anybody notice this? I mean,
there's enough blame to go around the entire facility when it comes to that side of the ball.
Doc said that's what kids do, Paul, fight the establishment. It's in poor taste, but they feel like they can force a change. Yeah, it's college. It's about protesting. Russell says Ronnie from VHS Dates is a huge fan of ramming it. Let's ram it. Lauren says Brownlow Dindy's married. Yeah, a lot of them are married.
Yeah. I mean, When did he get married, though? Has he been married for a year or two?
Yeah.
Or did it just happen?
The time.
Are we adjusting? Is the honeymoon over?
Clint says an offensive coordinator isn't an important enough issue for a formal protest. Lauren says these kids none of them have fully developed brains yet. They said the other day your brain isn't really fully developed until you're in your 50s. That gives me hope.
Oh, great.
Gives me hope.
Can I use that here at home? No,
the llama has chimed in, Phil.
Oh, look out.
The llama. What's the sound of a llama spitting? My dad got spit on by a llama one time. And then later that day, the idiot was playing with the monkeys at Busch Gardens in Tampa back when I was a kid. And the monkey stole his Ray-Bans. He got so mad. And then we got on an elephant. The elephant took the dump while we were on it in the garbage can, and he got so mad we left. Went back to Disney. I'm like, well, you're the one that was tormenting the llama, so he spit on you. And then you were rattling your stupid sunglasses in the monkey cage. You don't mess around in the monkey cage.
Wouldn't you?
And I don't know what the elephant's supposed to do. If you got to go, you got to go.
That's right.
What are you mad about, sir? J.C. Sherbert Sr. there, ladies and gentlemen. But the llama has chimed in. Dylan Stewart's okay already practicing. Dylan didn't miss a single practice last year, which is crazy because during the preseason, two people that don't lie, that are unrelated, text me and are like, I heard Dylan Stewart tore his ACL.
Oh my gosh.
And,
I remember that. I remember.
Oh, I was so mad because it
was
going around and people were talking about it. I was like, who started this? Every year there's usually an injury rumor. There wasn't one this year. Maybe that's what's missing for the season. There wasn't an injury rumor that was bad info. And then during the open date last season, I was having a conversation with somebody. They're like, that's laughable because he's never even missed a practice. So Dylan Stewart plays hard. He's a warrior. They're going to need him. I mean, against this guy, this guy escapes pressure, but if Stewart can get to him, good luck getting away from him.
Yeah.
So, then from a float, like Jacob adds to the story about the head. Then from a floating ship comes Lane Kiffin. Jacob says, Lauren, that's the most boomer take in the world. Young people aren't the problem in this world. Look at our leaders. They're falling and sleeping in Congress. Yes. I think some young, I don't know. There's behind us, there's this millennial generation that's a little squirrely sometimes. But the Gen Z, some of those, like my kids are Gen Z. They've actually, I don't. You could get me started on my parents' generation. I could go on for a while.
Well, I mean, I just happen to have something pop in. Like, if you want, I mean, the biggest social media cesspool is not any of these major ones. It's the Nextdoor app.
Oh my God, the Nextdoor app is unreal.
I am literally like in the commercial break. I got hit up here. Check this out on Nextdoor, and it is someone from a generation above ours, I'll say, who is complaining about noise on the interstate because he moved to a frontage road in 1985. And now he has set up, of all things, a Facebook group to address the concern.
And they're all
noise concern.
People of my parents' age are all on Facebook too, and they're swallowing like what was that? There was a Facebook page called Cock Commander or something that was just fake Carolina news.
Fake,
dude. I mean, I'm like,
it's even worse now because I mean, it's just like anytime my wife comes at me with something that sounds remotely weird, I'm like, where did you see that? Was it on Facebook? Oh, okay. Well, then you need to dig a little deeper because I can promise you that's wrong.
On the not fully developed brain thing, I'll say this. When I was in college, I didn't know everything. I thought I did, but look, the vast people sometimes talk about colleges being liberal and stuff, and I admit some of the stuff they teach in college has gone way too far on that end of things. But you're never going to change that, Phil, because colleges have been liberal since the 60s. They're going to continue to be liberal. And when I was in college, I was liberal. And everybody in college usually is. I mean, for the most part. And it really has nothing to do with politics. It's more the age and kind of, but then you grow and you learn about different things and you meet new people. And, I don't even know that half the classes most of the classes you take have no real world application at all, other than it's kind of like a mini job. Show up, do your work, get a grade, move on. Right. But it's part of that. And I think protesting is probably part of that, but I agree with Lauren about the fact that, it's just, older people that have lived life a little bit probably would not do a protest about the offensive coordinator. We'll just leave it at that.
I would imagine, the average age of this protest is going to be,
college.
Might start with a 1.
College. I just got a text from someone we both know well, Philip, Mad Dog, says, especially geology when you just show up.
Okay.
I hate that. That dude, USC Upstate. I'm trying to get out of college last semester. Geology of North America. It's about national parks. I'm like, rocks, national park sounds great. This dude went to Harvard. There was a field trip. There was group work. I was working 3 jobs. And he thought his class was the most important thing ever. I cried and begged for a D. I got a D plus actually.
Just gotta have a science credit, dude. Let me go.
God. Good Lord.
Let us go.
But yeah, if they want to protest, they want to protest. I tell you what, I wish they just protested offensive football at South Carolina instead of an individual, Yeah, this person we both know also took that class and was like, I'm driving myself to the field trip.
She said, our mutual friend has also gone off on a series of text messages just directly to me.
Jeez. God, that's
She's
awesome.
like, you're a freaking moron. Well, I am. You're right. But you knew that going into this.
You're stupid. I can hear it now. You're stupid.
She's like,
You're
what
stupid.
a moron. She's like, a damn history teacher. You make me sound stupid.
Anyway, McJunkin. Love this guy. Love that name, McJunkin. Case and Henry's future is in coaching. I agree. Cason's a super smart guy.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I mean, the contrast, I guess the Boaz, I don't know why they let Boaz Stanley talk to the media.
I wouldn't. I'd be like, no, he's not feeling well.
I don't know why I'm whispering. But
I know.
Tommy Tuberville will hear me. Anyway.
I'll get us started.
But I mean, that was a pretty infamous press conference when he didn't really know. Casey came in and kind of gave the lay of the land about the O-line, and they asked Boaz, but I was like, what? Sure enough,
I think, at least if I'm reading this right, I believe a similar situation to that has occurred again today.
Shoe buddy.
Shoe buddy.
Shoe buddy. McJunkin says, we all thought Shula was a good idea. Yeah, look, here was what my expectation was. I was like, just keep doing what you did last year. You have more talent at receiver. Lenoris has another year. You got running backs. You should be better on the offensive line, which obviously did not happen. And I was like, okay, great. They're going to teach him kind of to be a little better in the pocket. He wasn't terrible in the pocket last year. There were just times where his fundamentals escaped him. He still completed almost 67% of his passes. And it wasn't all pocket throws. I mean, he was a good passer. So I was like, okay, work on that part of his game. What I missed, and I think a lot of people missed, and what's surprising, even shocking, is that became the passing offense.
Yeah, right.
You guys have listened to me for a long time. I would never get behind that. You're going to do what? Pocket the whole time?
The whole time? The whole time?
The residents in. How about no?
How about no?
That's just
because then you're trying to get your player to conform to your style of
it's restrictive,
right?
It really
and
is.
That's not conducive to the college game. It's just not the way this works.
I mean, mix it in by all means. Mix in a water, as Mike Huvin like to say. I mean, that's good advice, but I wouldn't. I don't know. I mean, and look, they threw from the pocket a bit last year. Don't get me wrong, but man, it didn't look like this. And I'll say this too. The tight end stat that Mike came up with. And you're struggling in the red zone, and I don't know about that, Peter.
I don't know.
that's telling. And then, just the fact it's all constricted and kind of in the middle of the field. I just don't think that's a good idea. And I don't know how they're going to change it, but yeah, I thought they were just going to keep on trucking. That's why I was like, oh, Mike Shula, he did a fantastic job as the quarterback whisperer last year, because that's really what he is. He's a quarterback coach.
That's his lane, right?
He's not known for play calling. He's known more for coaching quarterbacks and getting them right. And that's what he's brought here for. They had a play caller in Dowell Lockins. Actually, I think that helped Dowell be a better play caller, because Dowell could just kind of run the offense and run plays, and Shula dealt with Sellers and got him right. So yeah. I don't know what they're trying to do. It's sad. Who knows?
I don't know.
Doc says no one expected this. Nope. Did we? It's one of those shocking things ever. I've ever seen with Carolina. I mean, there's been teams through the years that you just kind of hope get to a bowl, and if they don't, they don't. And you have high expectations. Things have to break their way. Blah blah blah. That wasn't this team. Was this team a national championship contender? Nobody would have said that. But I'll tell you this: who the hell said it about Vanderbilt and Missouri in the preseason? Nobody.
Right.
Who the hell thought Indiana was going to do? Nobody.
Yeah, I thought Indiana was going to take a step back, and it looks like they've taken a step forward.
We all did.
Yeah, right.
And that's what's frustrating. I mean, look, man, Indiana has Mike Shanahan, no relation to the Mike Shanahan, who coached D2 all the way up with Cignetti, right, and was promoted at James Madison to the coordinator. They put 63 on Illinois. How many Carolina scored in the bowl last year? 17?
I believe it was 17.
Now it's a different Illinois team. Don't get me year to year. It's a tough comparison, but that's by comparison. And then, how many Vanderbilt put on LSU? All we heard was, it was a heartbreaking loss. Had it there, rushed for 193 yards. Well, how many points did Vanderbilt score? 31.
31.
Guess what Vanderbilt runs? An offense that is made for college football. They tried the NFL stuff. Guess what? Clark Lee tried that. And guess what he did? He fired everybody.
He cleaned house.
And he's winning at Vanderbilt now. You see, sometimes, guys and gals, that stuff's more important than people think. And I apologize again with Shula, because I didn't think it was that important. I was like, well, they're doing fine. Lenoris knows the offense. Let's just keep on rolling.
Yeah.
They have better players. No, never again. Never again. Don't forget to go to D's Wings for Taco Tuesday tonight. Terrible Taco Tuesday. And don't forget tomorrow, you can get a pitcher of beer, 18 wings and a pitcher of beer for $29. Also, shop Gamecock Traditions. They're having some sales right now.
Yeah, was it buy one, get one half off?
Yeah, sales right now, GamecockTraditions.com. Also, if you're a fan of the Late Night Gamecock Show, 4-Quarter Friday, SEC Sunday Night, any of our shows now, and you're a podcast listener, I will invite you to go on to Apple Pods or Spotify and subscribe, because those shows are now available in podcast format. I think it's also going to be on the app. You can just sit there, even if you don't listen on podcast, if you do live or YouTube, do me a solid. Go hit the subscribe button, rate it 5 stars, write a little review. Those guys work hard. I've been meaning to get them up on podcast format for a while. That's Late Night Gamecock Show and Rooster Rant is on one channel. SEC Sunday nights on another. And then 4-Quarter Fridays on another. We'll be back to wrap it up after this.
Home fitness has evolved. With Matrix, now there's no limit to the ways you can chase your goals. It's time to make your next workout whatever you want it to be. You can use all of your subscriptions or none at all. Take on exclusive hit programs or move through immersive HD destination footage while you sweat.
Visit CharlestonFitnessEquipment.com.
Palm Casual Patio Furniture are proud supporters of our Gamecocks. We have been making and supplying the highest quality outdoor furniture you can find for almost 5 decades. If you use your outdoor space to watch the Gamecocks, make it the best it can be. Visit palmcasual.com or visit one of our 4 locations in South Carolina. Go Gamecocks!
The deals have never been bigger at JT's Kia. Get 0% for 72 months. That's 6 years to pay off your vehicle with no interest whatsoever. Get the best deal for your trade. JT pays up to 25% more. JT means just in time to get you approved for a brand new Kia. We're serious about saving you money, and we're doing it with our biggest deals ever. Hurry now, 840 North Anderson Road, JT's Kia Rock Hill.
Remarkable, 5-star, sensational. These are just some of the terms used to describe nationally renowned chef William Turner out of Scottsdale, Arizona. Originally from Georgetown, South Carolina, and a diehard Gamecocks fan, Chef Will made his way out west and has served parties from every state and many countries from across the globe. Visit ChefWilliamTurner.com to inquire about private events and more. Food from every culture, all of it first class. ChefWilliamTurner.com and Chef Will Turner on socials. You won't believe what you see. You really won't believe how it tastes.
Something happening here, but what it is ain't exactly clear. There's a man with a gun over there, telling me I got to beware. I think it's time we stop, children, watch that sound. Everybody look what's going down.
Now back to Inside the Gamecocks. The show.
Welcome back, everybody, inside the Gamecocks, the show. Final segment of the show here on a terrible Tuesday. Like you said, it is Taco Tuesday. That sounds like a good dinner tonight. I'm like that.
I'm still wanting to go get the old El Paso. And
you haven't done it yet, man.
It's a little cool out. It's getting cooler here today. I think it's about time to take the turtle back in. It's sad.
Poor Lizzie.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be. Look, if basketball season doesn't go well, and the football team doesn't make a bowl, and then I have to sit through baseball season like while it's cold up here again, and that doesn't go well, do you know how miserable I'm gonna be?
Oh my goodness.
I mean, look, I like the Bears. The Bears are having a good season. That makes me happy sometimes. It makes
They're doing all right.
The city of Chicago happy.
Yeah.
But dude, I can't take much more of this.
We
launched 4 hours worth of freaking programming. 5. You got to count coffee. You got to count coffee.
Mm-hmm.
Right when everything went in the pooper. I love this life.
I've got a great idea. What we need is more.
Oh my Lord. Lauren says, I haven't been impressed with the offense in a long time, no matter who the OC has been. It's been interesting. This isn't a really big offensive school. You know, Carolina's been good on offense and had good offensive players when they've been creative with it. Bob a little different. Going back to the veer and the run and shoot. You go right on up through Lou when he gave Skip the spread, or Brad Scott the fast break that he brought in. You know, Will Muschamp when they kind of ran it wide open with B-Mac. Had a good offense at one time. Spurrier was good because he's Steve Spurrier. They didn't light up the scoreboard, but it made sense, and he modified his run game, and that worked. You know, under Beamer, it's just been this, and it doesn't make any sense from the standpoint of you look at what they do on special teams and how creative that is and fun. and how much fun they're having there. I know it hadn't worked this year, but how aggressive, and how, all that. Pete Limbo and Joe DeCamillis have done a really good job. And then on defense with Clayton White, that's a scheme that doesn't really shut people out, but it's fun and creative and imaginative, hard to work against, but the offense just hasn't been that. It's just been, for lack of a better term, not fun.
Not fun.
Unless Lenore Sellers for 3 games and with Spencer Rattler, and then with Sellers running all over people and making plays down the stretch last year. Just hasn't been. So it doesn't align with that. So somebody asked about the philosophy of Beamer. Philosophy, I don't know. I know the vision is versatile system that can use a dual threat quarterback or whatever, run and throw, be balanced. That's good. And people say, well, that's pretty obvious, JC. Don't most coaches want that? Some coaches want to throw it all over the place. They're going to throw it no matter what. Some coaches don't want to throw it at all. Seems that way for Carolina this year sometimes, but balance is positive. And I think it's the how that's been lost kind of in this trial and error kind of thing. But I'm just shocked. I think everybody's probably shocked at what actually the plan was offensively this year. I don't know for the life of me why that happened, and it'll be something I don't think I'll ever figure out. And I really don't want to.
Nah, yeah,
I really don't want to. If I find out, I'll let you know.
Yeah, but when it's over, we just want to put it behind us and move on.
Nick Jenkins says, true, we grow and change, but a lot of damage can be done by 20-year-olds that have it all figured out. That's true. Chaco, based on what Coach Beamer said about development of recruits, I think it hurts the psyche when a transfer is brought in to take the spot they were recruited for on the O-line. It could be. I kind of wondered myself a little bit, but, some of these guys had injuries in the offseason that, of course, that's another state secret that we find out about later, which.
Right. Yeah.
Chuck, I've thought about that. I've thought about it too, and like I said, I was a little taken aback when they started taking offensive linemen out of the portal until I looked at the numbers, and thank God for the numbers. I don't know who they would have run out there on Saturday if they didn't have some of these guys, but depth and stuff. So it's like, it's depth, and lo and behold, it wasn't.
Yeah. Beamer, and last thing I'll say about the press conference that I feel is like pertinent to what we're talking about is he says the O-line is as healthy as it has been since Missouri. So that's positive. That means you got at least one body back.
Trovon Ball will be back.
Mm-hmm.
So they'll probably, I wonder who they'll play at center.
Who consistently gets praise from our friend Cole Kublik. 78 played well has occurred, I think, like 4 times in his, Sunday game notes or whatever. 78 played well.
Ball, Newsome. I'd go back to Newsome at center, man. Surratt and Thompson. Well, who knows? Healthy as they've been in a while.
Yeah.
So I guess that's good. Michael says press conference is getting hard to listen to. Cam said presser was another word salad, basically. But what do we expect him to say? Yeah, I don't mind that. The one thing I did realize the other day is for some of you folks out there that like stats and stuff, I'm not a stats guy. I kind of agree with Beamer. It's like stats aren't everything. It was like, screw stats. Stats aren't that important. And then proceeds to talk about stats.
Right.
I don't know.
I don't know.
It's like you can't sit there and say stats don't matter and then be like, excuse me. And then be like, oh, well, we rushed for 252 yards if you take the sack yards out.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, well, yeah, that one kind of floored me. I was like, but he said, if you take the sack yards out, you can't do that.
The stats that matter is 10. You scored 10.
10. 10, right. Yes.
One was on a 72-yard touchdown run, one play. Always cocky says, why did I tune in that press conference? I'm so much more depressed now. Can all of y'all give me some hope?
Yeah, I mean, we can hope that things go well this Saturday against Alabama.
Alabama's coming to town. Great and practice. Oh, Bobby, yeah. Don't ever the chat on the press conference. It's another thing I would do if I were university. Just turn it off.
That should be turned off.
Don't.
The live chat has no place.
Yeah, don't let them do that.
I mean, it's not like anybody's seeing it, but it's just so toxic. It's not benefiting anybody.
No, people just jump on there and make a fool. Oh, Rooster says need to go to Mad Dog's house for a group hug.
Oh yeah, come on.
Paul says, love you too, JC. I knew a Sherbert way back in the middle 80s. Tracy, piercing blue eyes. I think that Tracy, she's from Spartanburg. Spells it differently than me, probably. Tracy. Bobby's like, what do you people want his presser to sound like? I don't know, Bobby. I don't care. It's just, I mean, the fans. All right. So here's the conundrum. He's not going to say anything about any changes he's going to make strategically because he doesn't want to tip Alabama off. That's just how he is. That's how most people are, besides Spurrier. And there's another problem with the press conferences. Steve Spurrier coached here. So Steve Spurrier has like a way. He's unique. He's just going to tell it like it is and doesn't give a damn.
Very
specific. Oh yeah, we're gonna run some passes and runs. We're not gonna give away all our secrets, Everybody liked that. 10 and a half years it was like that, right? And before that, for 6, it was Lou Holtz who tells stories.
Get up there, story time with Uncle Lou.
Hey, I'm just gonna but the Louisiana Lafayette team, you got to respect them. They had a very good field goal kicking team. Very athletic football team coming in here. I don't know if we can block them. I'll tell you this right now. We're ready for the game. But so 16 years of must-see TV. And then I liked Will Muschamp's press conference.
I mean, yeah, Muschamps were fun.
I like the way he talked ball, and he had the Muschamp. I find myself quoting him quite a bit. Not even mean to.
Right.
I told my stepson when he got injured, he was trying to work his way back, and he had never been injured before. And so I was kind of concerned that he was like waiting on his ankle to be perfect, and it's not going to be.
Right. Yeah. Right.
Never been playing hurt and injured. And then so he finally got back in, played 72 plays, and he never played that many varsity games. He got tired in the middle of it, and he didn't exactly screw up, but he looked tired. And then stoppage in play, he went to the sidelines, got some water, and he was good. And I told him, fatigue makes cowards of us all. That's a direct quote from Will Muschamp.
Fatigue makes cowards of us all.
So I don't know. I get it. I mean, when you're losing, nobody wants to hear the press.
Nobody wants to hear anything when you're losing.
Unless it's I'm firing this person.
At this point, if you were to bring back anything from those, wild days of fun press conferences, I just want one-time Beamer to get up there and be like, you know what, we look like crap today. We can't throw the ball, can't pass the ball, and then turn around and win the next week. Practice didn't go well. I'm tired of hearing about practice going well.
I don't
I'm sure practice went well. It's very controlled. It's
nobody sees practice. Nobody knows about practice.
Yeah.
It's not, practice is not, people don't, so you need to practice well. Yeah, everybody knows that. But that's that whole we're doing our thing and to hell with all y'all.
Yeah, right.
Show up and spend your money. That to me, when I hear that,
yeah, I don't like
and I know that's not what he means. I know that's not even close to what he means. But when coaches do that and they're trying to circle the wagons or whatever, and they say it on the heels of a question that's legit about the game, that's I'm like, wait a minute now, you kind of need to do better, and that's not what I'm not coming down on him for that, but that's here. Doc says, we appreciate you guys more than you know. We appreciate you, Doc.
Yeah, listen, that's reciprocal.
JC and Phil could bring us hope and joy daily.
And if not, we'll have funny videos to watch. I mean, it's pretty simple. Keep it light.
Paul McJunkin. I am McJunkin. Confusing part is good coaches know they have to put their players in the best position to succeed. Shula was raised by the GOAT. Dude knows more ball than all of us. Why can't he put these guys in position to succeed? It's mind-boggling. Because in his mind, he's still coaching in the NFL. He thinks he's doing that.
That's right. Yeah, he still is like got his dad's mentality. Like, yeah, we got all week to work on it.
It's a different mindset.
Yeah.
Krager says it's going to be historic how we wasted this quarterback. I hope not, Craig, but it already is historic.
It's already.
Clint would sit Josiah Thompson. Yeah, we've been talking. I've lost hope on that.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
The new offensive line coach figure that out.
I don't know. I mean,
practice went well is a meaningless and unverifiable statement. Yeah. Me too.
It's fluff.
Bobby said it makes the fan base look like trash with all the bitching and complaining over everything. Either support or don't. This stuff of just when it's good, lame and played out. Yeah. I think this, Bobby, I think that there's a difference between struggling like a couple years ago, right? The whole offensive line was hurt. The receiving core obviously missed Juice Wells. Omarion Brown, again, was in and out of the lineup hurt. You had a Mega Blake who kind of went in there and had to make plays. You had a Eddie Lewis from Memphis that was supposed to contribute, and he ends up getting in trouble and never playing. You had one running back, Mario Anderson. Yes, you had Spencer Rattler. And then people that want to consistently bitch about Dowell Loggins calling plays, they're not living in reality. I get that.
Yeah, no.
But the problem with this is that this was avoidable. This isn't like oh my God, this team's terrible. And I think that's why people are complaining, but this jumping in the official press conference thread and stuff, that's kind of crazy. And I don't, Clinton mentioned some history, decades of this and let down. Yeah, I get that too. I mean, it seems that way sometimes, but I think this is a specific issue about this year and why things are like they are. Now, protest about one guy, all that, I don't know. You're not going to change anybody's mind about who should call the plays. But,
I mean, we weren't marching on Satterfield. Let's take that into account. I mean, I realize we're mad, but.
Yeah, I get people want more.
Could have deserved that.
And it's just, it's disappointing too, because you look around the country and you see teams that don't have the resources, don't recruit as well, doing great things. This year was a golden opportunity for South Carolina. It really was. More so than it was when we headed into the season, because some of the teams that were supposed to, everybody's always like Florida and Auburn are coming back. All these teams are coming back, boys.
Mm-hmm.
We listened to all that all off season and all that. Now you got a team that was picked 12th and a team that's picked 15th squaring off on College game day for probably a playoff berth.
Yeah, probably so. I mean,
and so the SEC, everybody's got warts. The SEC was there. And some of the games have been close. You play here, play there, away from. I mean, so that's what's disappointing about it. Is this was definitely avoidable with the players they had. So that's all that. But I think everybody's fine. Cam says the media team needs to put together some highlights from practice so we can see this team's real potential. I love the media team, and I think the media team does a fantastic job. What I don't think is that
I think that would make it worse.
Yeah, I think a lot of programs are under the impression that their media team is going to communicate what fans want to know. That's not going to happen.
No.
People are too smart for that. Way too smart.
It's state media propaganda. It's all,
Cam wants a nice cold Loggins.
Pint of Dowell Loggins.
Rooster said angry fans are what builds YouTube channels. Everyone's looking for a place to vent. Yeah, I've seen a lot of those pop up all over YouTube. The thing I like about YouTube is it's kind of a friendly, welcoming place. Anybody can just do whatever, and it's fine. And there's people like us on there, and there's people that just get on there and have a podcast and talk. And I'm not going to crap all over anybody.
No.
I've heard some incredibly stupid things. Should I mention it? Maybe I shouldn't. I don't know. One of the dumbest things, I don't know. I got to go back and listen. I'll talk to Phil and mention it tomorrow. I think somebody really made an egregious error, but
was it me?
No, not yet. Somebody on another channel. I happened to pop up and I was like, holy camoli, really? So, yeah. And I'll say this, Bobby said, let down. We've had a handful of good years. It's not like we've fallen from the elite to where we are. Yeah, but there's no excuse this year. Those years you didn't have players. You have players. I mean, I don't, sorry, buddy. I just,
we can't point at the roster and be like, see, here's why. You can point at the roster and get mad because you're like, what are we doing? And I just hope it looks different. I hope it looks different and a bit more effective on Saturday. Win or lose, just look competent.
Yeah, and look, to Bobby's point too, here's the thing. I mean, everybody's concerned, everybody's disappointed. It's still Carolina football. Still Alabama Crimson Tide coming in for what, the third time since 2010?
Yeah, I mean, you don't
still Alabama
much. Yeah, right.
It's not a noon kickoff. You have time to tailgate. I mean,
yeah, you can get all lathered up this week.
Yeah, all lathered up, and so heck,
is the fair still there?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know the answer there.
Oh, no.
Bobby said it's not clicking. It happens. Yeah, but why? Because it's a terrible plan on offense. That's why. But look, everything else is fine. But a lot of people, I talk to people that coach that have looked at this and they're flabbergasted by it. Right. The quote, direct quote, I wish I could have coached Lenora Sellers. This guy coaches defense. I mean, come on. It's like, damn. But I get the frustration. Does it need to be over all this crazy negativity all the time? No, it doesn't. And I like the protest thing. I don't know. So, but like to Bobby's point though, yeah. I mean, just as far as your personal life goes, enjoy Saturday. We're gonna start talking about Alabama. I don't. If they'd have kind of shown some signs of life on offense recently, I'd say, just like any other game this year, Phil.
Yeah.
In the SEC. It's not like Carolina's, defeated before they get here.
No.
I just don't know how they're going to get enough points.
Yeah, you got to figure out how to, limit the number of points Alabama's done. I mean, and you've done well as a defense and holding these teams, at or below their averages.
Kirby Smart reacts to Billy Napier's firing. Billy Napier had one of the greatest goodbye press conferences. I think he knew he was getting fired.
Well,
he had tears in his eyes, and he looks up, and he looked around the room. He started shaking his head. It's almost like a sense of relief, and he smiled a little smile, and he goes, I love college football. And it's like off into the sunset he goes. And with $27 million.
Right. I'd love it too, Billy.
And I'm like, that's the best, Yeah, he's a little sad. Maybe he's tears of joy because, God, Florida fans, we think Carolina's got.
Well, talk about the crucible, man. Gainesville is like.
Good God almighty. Woo, shoe buddy.
That's the biggest argument for me to be like, I don't know if Kiffin's going to go, man, because he's in a completely different place in his life right now and seems real mentally.
I don't think some of the people some of the national people too that are pushing him for that job really, they must have missed the documentary and really don't understand anything. Right. I think even from a football standpoint, we're sitting here hyping this job that. All right, so when Billy Gonzalez coaches them at the cocktail party in a couple weeks, since Steve Spurrier left at the end of 2001, right? He's their coach for 11, 12 years. Gators, head Gator. He will be the 11th person to take the field as the Gators head coach in the last 25 years. And that's counting interims. I mean, listen to this, and then we'll go.
Yeah.
Listen to this, bro.
Here, we'll play some music for this in the background.
All right. So it started off with Ron the Zooker. Ron Zook. Speaking of websites, they had a fire Ron Zook website up the day he got hired in Florida. Charlie Strong took over for the Peach Bowl Zook's year where he got fired. He stayed on as Urban Meyer's defensive coordinator. Urban Meyer coaches. He did not have an interim coach. He coached out the strings, 6 years. Quit twice, actually. Urban Meyer quit twice.
Yeah, that's true. He had that health quit.
And then quit, and then he came back. Then comes old Larry William Muschamp. Or William Larry Muschamp.
One William Larry Muschamp.
And he gets fired. Coaches the regular season, but then doesn't coach the bowl. And DJ Durkin takes over for the Birmingham Bowl. They bring in the Swamp Donkey. He wins 2 divisions. The third, over the summer, somebody that looks just like him gets naked and lays next to a shark.
And then that was enough.
Then Garrett Nussmeier's daddy, who's the OC of the Saints now, Doug, goes into turtle mode in offense. They're running I-formation. They're running a pro-style offense. They can't score. Spurrier says something about it after they get beat 42-7 by Georgia. Well, we can't score this offense. I don't know. And then he says he has death threats and he gets fired. Randy Shannon, who used to coach at Miami, takes over from there. They fire him. He's the interim, so he leaves. Scott Frost says, no, I'm going to Nebraska. Chip Kelly says, no, I'm going to UCLA. Neither one of those things worked out. No. So they go hire Dan Mullen, who does pretty well. He wins double-digit games 3 years in a row, but he's a butthole. Why Florida all of a sudden can't have a butthole as a coach, I'll have no idea.
I'll never know, right?
A lot of notorious buttholes coach at the University of Florida.
But this guy,
and all they care about is recruiting. All of a sudden, recruiting rankings. Never mind, Dan recruited in the top. They're like, we need to go beat Georgia. So they fire him. Greg Knox takes over as the interim for the bowl. They lose to UCF. Then they hire Billy Napier. Scared money don't make money.
Scared money don't make money.
Napier gets paid a boatload of money. They put all this cash into facilities and everything else. They offer Jaden Rashada, who got benched at Sacramento State recently, $13 million out of the portal. Then no, psych. Psych.
Nope.
So they're getting sued. He loses he's a Jeremy Pruitt type deal like at Tennessee. Rebounds strong and wins 8 games. They beat Tulane that didn't have a quarterback in the Gasparilla Bowl.
Oh gosh, yeah.
People talking about Florida's going to the playoff. We're back. We're so back.
DJ Lagway, Heisman contender.
And then they lost to South Florida at home. And then they kept losing. And then they beat Mississippi State, and they become the 3rd team to fire their coach since 2020 after their team beat Mississippi State.
There is no greater disrespect in this league.
And so Billy Gonzalez, who was the receivers coach under Urban Meyer back in the day and also worked under Mullen and then came back, it's kind of a Florida lifer, been there for a while, is the 11th person, including interims, to take the field as the coach of the Florida Gators. So tell me again why that's a great job on par with Alabama and and Georgia and LSU.
Right.
It's not.
Oh.
Auburn's, because only 2 people have ever won there.
Yeah, right. Yeah. Who happen to be considered some of the greatest who have ever done it.
Yes. I mean,
Yeah,
people want to compare that job to Ohio State. There's been 3 different coaches at Ohio State since 04 or 02 to win the national championship at Ohio State.
Yeah.
Tressel, Meyer, Ryan Day.
Right.
LSU, 3 different coaches have won national championships there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, even Florida State, Bowden, but Jimbo won one, and Norvell had an undefeated season. I mean, Florida has been very specific. and Urban Meyer, 3 of those years really good. 3 of them, meh.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
Meh. Anyway. All right. Tomorrow's Wide Open Wednesday, folks. Don't forget coffee in the morning. We'll have that. We'll have Tailgate Talks tomorrow. They've got a guest. That'll be live, and the late night Gamecock show also tomorrow night. So Wednesdays are always good. Don't forget Sports Talk streaming on the Chief Sports app later. For the Mad Dog Film on Access, JC Sherbert. A wonderful Tuesday, everyone. I'm going to go get this old El Paso kid. See what I can do with it. See you later.